Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be truly alone? I mean, completely isolated, miles from the nearest road, with nothing but a radio connecting you to the outside world. For the handful of people who work as fire lookouts, that solitude is their reality. Perched high above the wilderness in a glass-walled room, their job is simple: watch for smoke. They spend weeks, sometimes months, with only the wind and the endless expanse of trees for company. It's a peaceful job, most of the time. But when the sun goes down and the shadows grow long, the forest can feel like a very different place. The wind whispers strange things, and your mind can start to play tricks on you. Or maybe it's not a trick. Tonight, we're delving into some of the most unsettling experiences reported by those who have watched over our wildest places. These are the stories you don't find in the official logbooks. So, stoke your campfire, get comfortable, and listen close. You're about to find out what it's like to be a fire lookout when something goes bump in the night. Our first story takes us deep into the mountains of Oregon. My name is Serafina Rook, and I am an idiot. That isn't a confession born of self-pity, not really. It's a statement of fact, a clinical diagnosis of a condition I've only recently come to understand. The primary symptom of my particular brand of idiocy is a terminal case of romanticism. I have a talent for seeing the world not as it is, but as a storybook version of itself, painted in soft watercolors and bound in worn leather. I find charm in peeling paint, poetry in isolation, and adventure in blatant disregard for common sense. It was this affliction that led me, and my boyfriend, Liam, to a fire lookout tower perched atop Acker Rock in the heart of the Oregon wilderness. I'd sold him on the idea, of course. My sales pitches were always my most compelling works of fiction. "Imagine it, Liam," I'd said, showing him the rental page on my laptop. The photos were breathtaking: a small, glass-walled cabin on stilts, floating above a sea of emerald treetops under a vast, cerulean sky. A weekend completely off the grid. Just us, the stars, and a 360-degree view of the world. It'll be a rustic, romantic getaway, an adventure. Liam, ever the pragmatist, had raised a skeptical eyebrow. He was a man who found romance in reliability, in things that were solid and made sense. He was an engineer, for God's sake. His world was one of blueprints and stress tolerances, not whimsical notions. A glass box on a metal tower in the middle of nowhere. Rustic is one word for it, Syrah. Structurally questionable is another. But he saw the look in my eyes, that familiar, feverish gleam of a new obsession, and he'd relented with a sigh that was equal parts exasperation and affection. He loved me, and that love often meant indulging the idiot. So, he packed the sensible gear, the extra water, the first aid kit, the satellite phone he insisted we bring, while I packed the wine, the string lights, and a collection of poetry. I imagined us reading aloud to each other. The drive itself should have been a warning. After leaving the main highway, the road became a progressively narrower and more treacherous affair. Pavement gave way to gravel, then gravel to a deeply rutted dirt track that clawed its way up the mountainside. The forest pressed in on either side, a dense tapestry of Douglas fir and ancient cedar that swallowed the sunlight. More than once, I felt a prickle of unease, a primal sense that we were trespassing, moving from a world of predictable rules into one that was older and far less concerned with human comfort. I saw the way Liam's hands tighten on the steering wheel with every sharp, blind curve. But I just turned up the music and pointed out a deer, willfully ignoring the tightening knot in my own stomach. When we finally saw Acker Rock, it silenced us both. It wasn't just a rock. It was a geological event. A colossal, sheer face of granite that erupted from the landscape. A raw and brutalist sculpture, carved by millennia of wind and ice. It dominated the horizon, ancient and indifferent. The lookout was a tiny, man-made speck pinned to its summit, a fragile assertion of human presence against an overwhelming backdrop of raw nature. After parking, we had to hike the last half-mile. The air grew thinner, colder. The only sounds were the crunch of our boots on the trail and the whisper of the wind through the pines. When we reached the base of the tower, I had to crane my neck back to see the top. It was higher than it looked in the photos, a skeletal steel structure that seemed to sway almost imperceptibly in the breeze. "Well," Liam said, dropping his pack, "here we are, the romantic getaway." There was no mockery in his voice, only a quiet awe. Even he couldn't deny the staggering, terrifying beauty of the place. The climb up the stairs was dizzying. With each step, the world expanded around us, the individual trees blending into a vast, textured carpet of green. By the time we reached the catwalk that encircled the cabin, I was breathless, and not just from the exertion. The view was a physical blow, a panorama of jagged peaks and shadowed valleys that stretched to the curve of the earth. We were on top of the world, utterly alone. The cabin itself was Spartan but clean. A bed, a small table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove, and a propane cooktop. And windows. Walls of glass on all 4 sides, leaving nothing between us and the abyss. We unpacked in a state of giddy excitement. My initial unease washed away by the sheer grandeur of it all. Liam, the engineer, was tapping on the walls and checking the support beams, muttering about wind shear and load, bearing capacity, but I could tell he was impressed. It was as I was wiping down the small wooden table that I found the note. It wasn't tucked away or hidden. It was sitting right in the middle of the table, a cheap paper napkin held down by a salt shaker. The writing was a messy, hurried scrawl in blue ballpoint ink, as if written by a trembling hand. "Don't let it see you looking at the rock after sunset." I read it twice. I picked it up, the napkin flimsy and insignificant in my hand. A chill, completely unrelated to the mountain air, traced a path down my spine. "Leia," I called out. "Look at this." He came over from the window, wiping his hands on his jeans. He took the napkin. His brow furrowed as he read the words. Then he laughed. It was a short, sharp bark of a sound that seemed too loud in the quiet cabin. "Creepy," he said, tossing the napkin back on the table. "Guess the last guests had a weird sense of humor. Or they were trying to start a ghost story," I said, forcing a smile. My idiocy was kicking in again, my desperate need to frame everything in a comfortable, non-threatening narrative. A prank. A joke. That's all it was. Probably. Liam agreed, already turning away, his attention captured by the mechanics of the old stove. Probably got drunk and thought they'd spook the next people. "Don't worry about it, Sarah." And because I wanted to believe him, I did. I crumpled the napkin and tossed it into the small trash bin. An out of sight, out of mind philosophy. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, exploring the narrow catwalk, and taking dozens of photos. As the sun began its slow descent, it set the sky on fire. Hues of molten gold, fiery orange, and deep violet bled across the horizon. It was the most spectacular sunset I had ever witnessed, a celestial performance just for us. We stood on the catwalk, leaning against the railing, the wine I'd brought forgotten in favor of the raw, intoxicating beauty of the moment. It was everything I had dreamed it would be. The air grew cold quickly once the sun dipped below the peaks. I went inside to start dinner, leaving Liam on the catwalk. He was facing away from the sunset now, looking out at the massive stone face of Acker Rock itself, which was bathed in the deep purple and gray of twilight. I was chopping vegetables when I noticed the silence. It wasn't the peaceful silence of the mountains. It was a heavy, expectant quiet. I glanced up, out the window. Liam was still standing there, his back to me. But his posture had changed. He wasn't relaxed anymore, leaning on the railing. He was standing perfectly straight, his shoulders rigid, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He was unnervingly still. "Liam," I called out, my voice sounding small against the glass. He didn't move. He didn't even seem to be breathing. He was just staring directly at the sheer, dark face of the rock. "Liam, what is it?" I said, a little louder this time. A thread of real fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my romantic haze. "Are you okay?" No answer. It was like he hadn't heard me, like he was in a world of his own. I put the knife down, my hands suddenly slick with sweat. I walked to the door and slid it open. The wind was sharp, biting. Liam. He just stood there, a statue on the edge of the world. He was a silhouette against the last dying light, a fixed point of devotion aimed at the unblinking, unfeeling stone. And as the final sliver of light vanished and true darkness fell, a profound and absolute terror began to bloom in my chest. The idiot was finally gone, replaced by a woman who was beginning to understand that some warnings aren't jokes. That first hour after the sun disappeared was the purest form of panic I have ever known. My first desperate thought was a stroke, a seizure. Something medical and terrifying, but at least something understandable, something with a protocol. I scrambled back onto the catwalk, the wind whipping my hair across my face, stinging my eyes. "Liam, can you hear me? Squeeze my hand if you can hear me." I took his hand. It was cold, stiff, and utterly unresponsive. His skin felt like marble. I pried his fingers open and squeezed, but there was no reaction, no flicker of recognition. His eyes, wide and unblinking, were fixed on the impenetrable darkness where the rock face stood. They were glassy, like the eyes of a taxidermied animal. I waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing. I shouted his name until my throat was raw. The sound snatched away by the wind. He just stood there, a sentinel on duty for a cause I couldn't comprehend. Getting him inside was a nightmare. He wouldn't move on his own, but he wasn't entirely rigid either. When I pushed him, he moved. It was like moving a life-size doll, a horrifyingly compliant automaton. I had to physically turn his shoulders, then guide his feet one after the other, shuffling him away from the railing and toward the cabin door. His head remained craned in the direction of the rock the entire time, his neck muscles corded with tension. It was a slow, agonizing process, a grotesque parody of a slow dance. Every scrape of his boots on the metal grating sent a fresh wave of revulsion through me. Once inside, I slid the glass door shut, the click of the lock going like a gunshot in the sudden silence. The wind howled outside, but in here, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing. And Liam. He didn't sit. He didn't relax. He simply stood in the middle of the small room, his body oriented towards the large window facing the rock. He was a living statue, a monument to whatever horror had claimed him out there in the twilight. My brain started working again, cycling through a frantic checklist. The satellite phone, of course. Liam, my sensible, pragmatic Liam, had insisted on it. I tore through his backpack, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the zippers. I found it at the bottom, nestled in a waterproof case. My heart leaped with a surge of hope so fit was painful. Civilization. Help. An adult who would know what to do. I fumbled with the device, extending the antenna and pressing the power button. The screen flickered to life, displaying a welcome message, and then nothing. Searching for signal. The screen read. A single blinking bar appeared, then vanished. Then appeared again and vanished. I walked the perimeter of the tiny cabin, holding the phone up to each glass wall, praying for a connection. I stood on a chair, stretching my arm towards the ceiling. I even slid the door open a crack, braving the freezing wind to hold the phone out into the night. Nothing. No service. The words were a death sentence. We were alone. Truly, utterly alone. I abandoned the phone and turned my attention back to Liam. I tried to lead him to the bed, to get him to lie down, but it was no use. His legs were locked, his posture unyielding. He would only stand. So I left him there, a silent, looming presence in the center of our supposed romantic getaway. I made a cup of tea, my hands wrapping around the warm mug for comfort, and sat on the edge of the bed, watching him. The hours crawled by. The wood, burning stove I had been so excited about now seemed like a liability, its hungry flames casting dancing, monstrous shadows on the walls. I kept the propane lanterns on, needing to banish every possible corner of darkness. But the light created another problem. The windows, which had offered such a spectacular view of the world during the day, were now black, glossy mirrors. And that's when I saw it. I couldn't bear to look at the rigid, unmoving line of his back anymore. It was too alien, too wrong. I wanted to see his face. I wanted to see if there was any flicker of the man I loved left in his eyes. So I looked at his reflection in the glass. In the dark pane, I could see him clearly, his face pale and expressionless in the lantern light. But I could also see through his reflection to the faint, ghostly image of the cabin behind me. And beyond that, in the deepest part of the reflection, was the rock. It wasn't a solid black mass anymore. In the strange, layered reality of the window pane, the darkness of the rock face had a texture, a depth. I stared, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned forward, squinting. It was a trick of the light, I told myself. A smudge on the glass. My own exhausted, terrified mind projecting patterns onto nothing. But the more I looked, the more the pattern resolved itself. It wasn't random. It was a shape, a form within the stone. It was something curved, something orbital. I began to feel a sense of being watched, a heavy, malevolent pressure against the glass. It was absurd. We were 100 feet in the air, on top of a mountain. But the feeling was undeniable. The silence in the cabin was no longer empty. It was the held breath of a predator. Suddenly, Liam's head twitched. It was a small, sharp, sideways jerk like a bird listening for a worm. It was the first independent movement he had made in hours. My breath hitched. "Lim," I whispered, my voice a dry rasp. He didn't answer, but a few moments later, his head twitched again. The same unnatural, listening motion. He was hearing something. Something I couldn't hear. something coming from the rock. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the bed, wrapped in every blanket I could find, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. I didn't sleep. I just watched his reflection and the dark shape in the stone behind him. Every time his head twitched, a fresh wave of icy dread washed over me. The sun rose the next morning, but it brought no comfort. The world outside was bright and beautiful, a cruel mockery of the nightmare trapped inside the cabin. Liam was still standing in the exact same spot. He hadn't moved an inch all night. His skin was pale, his lips tinged with blue. I tried to get him to drink some water, holding a bottle to his lips, but the water just dribbled down his chin. He didn't eat. He didn't speak. He didn't sleep. He just stood on the catwalk, facing the rock. That was yesterday. Now, 2 full days have passed in this glass cage. He is still there, my Liam, my practical, sensible Liam, lost to me. His vigil is unbroken. Sometimes, his head will still give that horrible, listening twitch. But the worst part is the night. The night is when the glass becomes a mirror again. The night is when I have to face the reflection. I can't stop looking. I'm terrified to look and terrified not to. In the reflection on the glass, I can see the rock. And I swear, the shape in the stone is clearer now. It's no longer just a suggestion. It is a massive, unblinking eye, carved from the very substance of the mountain. An eye that is staring right back at him, and at me. Sanity, I've learned, is a fragile ecosystem. It requires a delicate balance of inputs: sleep, nourishment, conversation, hope. For the past 3 days, my own ecosystem has been systematically starved. Sleep is a forgotten luxury, replaced by a state of vigilant exhaustion. Food is tasteless ash in my mouth. Conversation is a one-sided stream of pleas and questions directed at a human statue. And hope died with the satellite phone. On the 3rd night, something changed. The eye in the reflection was no longer a suggestion, no longer a trick of light and shadow. It was a feature of the landscape, as real as the granite that contained it. It had a terrifying clarity, a shimmering, ancient intelligence. It wasn't just looking at Liam anymore. It was focused on me. I felt its gaze like a physical weight, a pressure on my skull. It was a gaze of immense, patient hunger. And a new element was added to my torture sound. It started as a low hum, so deep it was more a vibration in my bones, in a sound in my ears. It seemed to emanate from the rock itself, a resonant frequency that made the glass panes tremble. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The sound wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside my head. It was the sound of the mountain thinking. I had dragged a chair to the corner of the room, furthest from the window, facing the rock, creating a pathetic little fortress for myself, with the table and our backpacks. I sat there, clutching the kitchen knife. My world shrunk to this tiny, besieged space. Liam stood in his usual spot, his back to me, his posture unchanged. The humming grew steadily louder, a grinding, grating noise like continents shifting. Then, Liam moved. It wasn't the listening twitch. It was a slow, deliberate rotation of his head. The sound of his neck vertebrae cracking was obscenely loud in the humming silence. He turned, and he turned, and he turned until he was looking directly at me. My heart stopped. His face was a pale, slack mask in the lantern light. But his eyes were not his. They were wide, vacant, and yet they were locked onto me with an unnerving intensity. They were windows, and something was looking out. A voice slithered out of his throat. It wasn't Liam's voice. It was a dry, rasping sound, the sound of dust and stone. Refi, Nai. The voice scraped my name into the air, syllable by agonizing syllable. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I could only stare back into the empty shells of my boyfriend's eyes. It sees you. The stone voice rasped from his lips. It sees you looking. It was the note, the warning on the napkin. But the context was 1,000,000 times more horrific. This wasn't a prank. It was a rule, a law of this terrible place. What do you want? I managed to whisper, the words tearing at my throat. Liam's face contorted into a grotesque parody of a smile, a crack in a stone facade. The humming in my head intensified, building to a deafening roar. To see, the voice grated. To see out, and in a flash of pure adrenaline, fueled understanding, the truth crashed down on me. The entity in the rock was a prisoner, a consciousness trapped in stone, blind and alone. It didn't have eyes of its own. It needed to borrow them. Liam had looked, and it had taken his eyes, turning him into a living camera, a window to a world it could not touch. Now it wanted a new window. It wanted my eyes. The humming stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse, filled with a terrible, expectant weight. Liam's head slowly turned back to face the rock, resuming his vigil. The show was over. The offer had been made. I knew then that I could not survive another night in that cabin. My sanity was already frayed to a single, trembling thread. One more night under that gaze, with that humming in my head, and it would snap. I would become another statue, another window for the ancient thing in the mountain. I waited for the false promise of dawn. I didn't sleep. I watched the black mirror of the window, seeing the eye staring back, and I made a plan. I would take nothing but the car keys. At the first hint of gray light in the east, I would run. The dawn came, painting the edges of the world in pale, watery colors. It was time. Liam was still standing, a dark shape against the growing light. My body screamed with the need for sleep, but fear was a powerful stimulant. I rose from my chair, my joints protesting. I slid my feet across the floor, one silent inch at a time. The car keys were in my pocket, their metal cool against my trembling hand. I had to pass him to get to the door. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on his back. 10 feet away. 5 feet. I was almost there. His hand shot out and grabbed my arm. I screamed a thin, pathetic sound. His grip was not human. It was like being clamped in a vise made of rock. It was impossibly strong, impossibly cold. He turned his head again, that same slow, grinding motion. His empty eyes bored into mine. Stay, the stone voice commanded from his throat. And see. Primal terror gave me a strength I didn't know I possessed. I twisted, wrenching my arm, the skin tearing under his grip. I slammed the heel of my other hand into his face. There was a dull, fleshy thud, but he didn't even blink. I kicked, I flailed. I fought like a cornered animal, and somehow, I broke free. I scrambled for the door, my fingers fumbling with the lock. I slid it open and burst out onto the catwalk, into the biting morning wind. I didn't look back. I flew down the metal stairs, my feet ringing out a frantic rhythm of escape. The wind howled around me, shrieking like a living thing. The entire tower seemed to groan and sway, protesting my departure. I felt the eye on my back, a cold, piercing pressure that threatened to paralyze me. I reached the bottom and didn't stop running, stumbling down the rocky trail to where we had left the car. I fumbled the key into the lock, threw myself into the driver's seat, and slammed the door. My hands were shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I had to. I don't know why, but I had to look back one last time. I looked up at the lookout, a tiny glass box against the vast Oregon sky. Liam was on the catwalk, a small, still figure, and behind him, Acker Rock loomed, its sheer face catching the first rays of the morning sun. For a single heart-stopping second, it wasn't a reflection. In the solid, sunlit granite, I saw it. A vast geological iris contracting in the light. An eye the size of a forest looking directly at me. And I finally understood the warning. It wasn't just about not letting it see you. It was about not seeing it. The sight was the hook. The sight was the cage. I slammed the car into drive and stomped on the accelerator. The tires spun on the gravel, then caught, and I shot down the winding mountain road, leaving a plume of dust behind me. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I couldn't. I drove for hours, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The image of that impossible eye burned forever onto the back of my retinas. I am an idiot, but I am an idiot who survived. I left the man I loved on that mountain a prisoner of stone. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, and I happen to catch my own gaze in a mirror, I see it. A flicker of something ancient. A hint of stone in the reflection of my own eyes. My name is Sable Corvinus, and I am a landscape photographer. That statement is the core of my identity, the lens through which I view not just the world but myself. For years, my life was a series of cramped apartments, bustling city streets, and a constant, gnawing hunger for open spaces. My portfolio was good, even great, but it was built on stolen weekends and frantic road trips, brief gasps of fresh air before returning to the stale, recycled atmosphere of urban life. So, when the opportunity arose to work as a fire lookout at Drake Peak for a 6-month season, it felt less like a job offer and more like a divine intervention. The position, managed by the Forest Service, was a perfect synthesis of my needs and passions. The solitude others might find daunting was, for me, a prerequisite for creativity. The primary duty, aside from the obvious vigilance for smoke, was simple: to live and breathe the wilderness. And there was a specific clause in the contract that sealed the deal, a task that made my heart sing. Part of my official duties was to take a high-resolution panoramic photo from the exact same spot on the Lookout Tower's catwalk every day at precisely noon. This was to document visibility changes, track weather patterns, and maintain a visual log of the season. To the Forest Service, it was data. To me, it was a dream assignment. Endless, epic landscapes, changing with the subtle whims of light and season, all captured from a god's eye view. Drake Peak is a remote, majestic beast in the heart of Oregon's sprawling wilderness. Getting there involves a 2-hour drive from the nearest town, followed by another hour up a winding, treacherous dirt road that clings to the mountainside like a frightened child. The Lookout Tower itself is a relic from another era, a small 14 by 14-foot cabin perched atop a 50-foot steel skeleton. It's a tiny island in a sea of green and gray, surrounded by a narrow catwalk that offers a 360-degree view of creation itself. My first month was pure bliss. I fell into a rhythm dictated by the sun. I'd wake before dawn, the air crisp and smelling of pine and damp earth. I'd watch the sky bleed from inky black to bruised purple, then to fiery orange and brilliant gold, as the sun crested the distant peaks. My days were spent reading, maintaining the tower, and simply existing in a state of profound peace I hadn't known was possible. The silence was a physical presence, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the firs or the distant cry of a hawk. At night, the sky was a spectacle of impossible diamond dust brilliance, the Milky Way a thick, shimmering ribbon across the velvet darkness. I felt cleansed, renewed, and the photographs, they were magnificent. Every day at noon, I would mount my professional grade camera onto the tripod, fixed to bolts drilled into the catwalk's steel grate. The lens would sweep across the horizon, capturing a world of breathtaking scale. To the north, the jagged teeth of the Cascade Range. To the east, a rolling expanse of forested hills that seemed to go on forever. To the west, a deep, shadowed valley carved by a river that glittered like a silver thread. To the south, a series of progressively smaller, more remote peaks, their summits often wreathed in cloud. For 31 days, the photos were beautiful, empty, and vast. They were portraits of a world untouched, a testament to the raw, indifferent power of nature. It was on the first day of my second month that things began to change. The sky was a flawless, crystalline blue. Visibility was perfect. I took the panorama as usual, the camera's motor whirring softly in the midday stillness. Later that afternoon, as I was reviewing the image on my laptop, I noticed something. It was on the digital file. A tiny anomaly I hadn't seen with my own eyes. On the summit of Mount Insolence, one of the most distant and inaccessible peaks to the south, there was a speck. I leaned closer to the screen, my brow furrowed. It was probably a digital artifact, a dead pixel on the sensor, or a bit of dust on the lens I'd missed. I zoomed in, the pixels expanding until the image became a mosaic of squares. The speck resolved itself into a dark, vertical shape. It was indistinct, blurry due to the immense distance, but it was there. I cross-referenced it with the previous day's photo. Nothing. The summit of Mount Insolence had been bare. My heart gave a little flutter of curiosity. A bird, perhaps. A strange rock formation I'd simply never noticed. I made a mental note to clean my equipment thoroughly, and thought little more of it. The next day, I was meticulous. I cleaned the lens, checked the sensor, and polished every surface of the camera. At noon, I took the photo. The air was a little hazy, but the shot was still clear. Back at my desk, I pulled up the file, my eyes immediately going to the south. The speck was still there, and it was slightly larger. A chill, unrelated to the mountain air, trickled down my spine. I zoomed in again, my hand unsteady on the mouse. The resolution was still poor, but there was no mistaking it now. It was a person. A lone human figure, standing perfectly still on the barren, windswept summit. My first reaction was disbelief, followed by a surge of professional concern. Who in their right mind would be on Mount Insolence? I pulled out my detailed topographical maps. The peak was aptly named. There were no trails leading to it. The final 1,000 feet were a sheer, technical climb on treacherous, crumbling rock. It wasn't a casual hike. It was a serious mountaineering challenge, one that would require ropes, gear, and at least one partner. Yet this figure was alone, and just standing there. I grabbed my high-powered binoculars and focused them on the distant peak. I scanned every inch of the summit, my eyes straining. Nothing. Just wind, blasted rock, and a few patches of stubborn, hardy lichen. The mountain was empty. I lowered the binoculars, my heart thudding against my ribs. I looked back at the laptop screen. The figure was there, clear as day in the photograph. It wasn't there in real life, but it was in the picture. A wave of rationalizations washed over me. It had to be a trick of the light, a bizarre atmospheric distortion captured by the camera's sensor, but invisible to the naked eye. A ghost in the machine. I told myself it was a fluke, a digital anomaly that would be gone tomorrow. But I couldn't shake a deep, primal sense of unease. The solitude that had been my comfort now felt different. The vast emptiness of the landscape no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. Every day, the ritual became a source of mounting dread. I would take the photo at noon, my hands clammy, my stomach in a knot. And every day, the figure in the photograph was closer. It wasn't moving in real life. I checked obsessively with the binoculars, scanning the terrain between Mount Insolence and my own tower until my eyes ached. I never saw a thing. But in the pictures, it was advancing. On the third day, it was at the base of Mount Insolence, having somehow descended the sheer cliff face. On the fourth, it was crossing the sunken ravine, a chasm the maps showed to be over 500 feet deep and a mile wide. On the fifth, it stood atop the jagged ridge of the serpent spine, a place where the wind howled with enough force to tear a person from their footing. It was crossing impassable canyons and sheer cliffs, one day at a time, one photograph at a time. Each new image was a fresh violation, a silent, implacable step forward. I felt like I was losing my mind. I spent hours poring over the photographs, comparing them, trying to find some logical explanation. The figure itself was always just out of clear focus, a tall, slender silhouette. I couldn't make out clothes or a face, just a stark black shape against the landscape. It never changed its posture. It was always just standing, watching. I checked the map again, my finger tracing a shaky line from its starting point. The summit of Mount Insolence was 20 miles away. 20 miles of the most brutal, unforgiving terrain in the state. A journey that should have taken expert climbers weeks was being accomplished by this thing in days. In today's photo, the one I took just an hour ago, it's standing at the edge of the tree line at the base of my mountain. It's no longer a distant speck in a panorama of peaks. It's here. The photo on my screen shows the familiar, dense forest that surrounds Drake Peak, and there, at the margin between the dark woods and the sunlit clearing, it stands. I can almost feel its presence now, a cold weight in the air. The forest, my forest, no longer feels like a sanctuary. It feels like a hiding place. I don't know what will be in the picture tomorrow. For the first time, the subject of the photograph won't be miles away. It will be just down the slope. What happens when there's no more distance for it to cross? What will I see when I zoom in? I look at my camera. My beautiful, expensive camera sitting on its tripod on the catwalk. It feels like a malevolent object now, an accomplice to this silent, terrifying approach. I think I'm going to break the camera. I have to. Because I'm terrified of what I'll see in the picture tomorrow. My hand hovered over the camera, my knuckles white. The impulse to destroy it, to smash it against the steel grate of the twat, until it was nothing more than a heap of shattered glass and twisted metal, was a physical force. It was a scream building in my chest, demanding release, to end it, to stop the daily, noontime arrival of this silent, photographic horror. If there were no more pictures, it couldn't get any closer. The logic was simple, primal. A child's logic. But I was not a child. I was a photographer. And a deeper, more insidious instinct warred with my fear, the need to see. the need to know. I snatched my hand back as if the camera body were red hot. Breaking it wouldn't change the fact that the last photo showed the figure at the edge of my woods. It wouldn't erase the knowledge that it had crossed 20 miles of impossible terrain. It would only leave me blind. The fear of what I might see in the next photograph was immense, but it was eclipsed by a greater terror. The fear of not knowing where it was at all. To be trapped in this glass box, 50 feet in the air, scanning the tree line with my naked eyes, wondering if it was hiding behind that fir or lurking in the shadow of that boulder. No, the camera, my tormentor, was also my only source of intelligence. It was my one twisted advantage. I had to see the next frame. I had to know what was coming. That night, sleep was a stranger. Every gust of wind that rattled the cabin windows was the scraping of long fingers against the glass. The hoot of an owl was a mournful cry of warning. The profound silence I had once cherished was now a canvas onto which my terrified mind painted a symphony of imagined sounds. The snap of a twig under a heavy foot, the rustle of clothing against bark, the slow, steady rhythm of breathing just outside my door. I sat huddled in my bunk, a heavy duty flashlight in my hand, my eyes fixed on the trapdoor in the floor that led to the stairs. It was bolted from the inside, a fact I had checked a dozen times, but the flimsy metal felt as protective as a sheet of paper. The wilderness was no longer a neutral entity. It was an accomplice. It was hiding my stalker, cloaking it in its vast, indifferent darkness. The sun rose, but it brought no comfort. The morning light, once a promise of beauty and clarity, now felt like an interrogation lamp. The hours leading up to noon crawled by with agonizing slowness. I tried to read, but the words swam before my eyes. I tried to make coffee, but my hands shook so badly, I spilled the grounds all over the floor. My entire being was coiled into a single, tight knot of dread, focused on the approaching hour. 11:45, wasn't 55. At 11:59, I was on the catwalk, my movements stiff and robotic. The air was still, the sky a hazy, washed-out blue. I mounted the camera onto the tripod, my fingers fumbling with the latch. The world outside seemed to hold its breath. The forest was silent. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, just a dead, watchful quiet. As the watch on my wrist beeped, signaling the stroke of noon, I pressed the shutter button. The familiar soft whir of the panoramic motor sounded like a death rattle in the stillness. I didn't wait. I ripped the camera from its mount, scrambled back inside, and slammed the trapdoor shut, ramming the bolt home with a loud clang. I jammed the memory card into my laptop, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The files loaded. I clicked on the most recent image. My breath hitched. It was no longer at the tree line. The photograph showed the winding gravel path that led from the forest up the final clearing to the base of my tower. And there it was, halfway up the path, perhaps 200 yards from the tower's steel legs. It had closed the distance. The increased proximity offered a horrifying new level of detail. It wasn't just a silhouette anymore. It was tall, unnaturally so, its limbs seeming just a little too long for its torso, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. Its posture was unchanged, still, straight, and facing the tower, facing me. The stark, black shape of it stood out against the pale gravel of the path, a void in the fabric of the landscape. It wasn't walking. It was waiting. A choked sob escaped my lips. This was impossible. I scrambled to the window, grabbing my binoculars. I focused on the path, my hands shaking so violently it was hard to keep the image steady. The path was empty. There was nothing there. Just gravel, a few hardy weeds, and the oppressive, empty sunlight. I swung the binoculars back and forth, scanning every inch of the clearing. Nothing. It wasn't there. But on my screen it was. It was right there. My carefully constructed dam of rationality finally broke, and a flood of pure, unadulterated panic washed over me. I began pacing the small cabin, a caged animal. "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real," I chanted, the words a desperate mantra, a glitch, a persistent, complex visual glitch, but I didn't believe it. My mind, starved of human contact and stretched taut, with fear began to fray at the edges. Was this what solitude did to a person? Did it peel back the layers of sanity until you were left raw and gibbering? My hand went to the radio, my lifeline. My supervisor, a gruff but fair man named Henderson, checked in every few days. I hadn't spoken to him in a week. I flicked the switch, my voice trembling as I spoke my call sign. Drake peaked to base. "Henderson, do you copy? Over." The speaker crackled to life with a hiss of static. "Bull, eek, rid you barely. What's situation? Over." The relief of hearing another human voice was so overwhelming I almost wept. "Thank God. I have a situation here, an emergency." "What kind, Jency?" "See smoke." "Over." How could I possibly explain? How could I put this madness into words that wouldn't get me immediately dismissed as insane? No smoke. There's a person. A trespasser. I think they're in trouble. Or I'm in trouble. I don't know. The static-laced reply was skeptical. "Passer. Up there. That's likely Sable." "You sure you're not cabin fever?" "No, I'm not. I have proof," I yelled, gesturing wildly at my laptop. "I have photographs!" He's been getting closer every day. Photographs. What are you talking about? Put the hiker on the radio. "Over. I can't." I shrieked, my voice cracking with hysteria. "He's not here. He's only in the pictures." There was a long, static-filled pause. When Henderson's voice returned, it was laced with a weary condescension that was worse than disbelief. "Okay, Sable. Listen to me. You've been up a long time. The isolation played tricks. Just calm down. Get some sleep. We'll talk tomorrow." "Over. No, you don't understand," I pleaded. "It's at the base of the mountain. It's on the path." But the radio only answered with a loud hiss. The connection was gone. He thought I was crazy. I was alone. Utterly, completely alone, with a madman's story and a gallery of impossible photographs. I dropped my head into my hands, the silence of the cabin pressing in on me, heavier and more menacing than ever before. As dusk fell, the terror took on a new, more intimate dimension. I was preparing a meager meal of canned soup when a book, a heavy collection of poetry, suddenly slid from the shelf and slapped onto the floor. I hadn't touched that shelf in weeks. The tower was built on solid rock. It didn't sway unless the winds were gale force, and tonight, the air was dead calm. Later, as I lay in my bunk, I heard a faint, metallic creak from below. The sound of the trapdoor. My blood ran cold. I had bolted it myself. I knew I had. But the sound was undeniable. The presence was no longer content to exist only in the digital realm. It was bleeding into my world. There was no thought of sleep now, only of survival. The idea of fleeing returned, more potent than ever. I could pack a bag, descend the 50 feet of stairs into the darkness, and make a run for my truck. But the thought of that descent, of being exposed and vulnerable on those open steel stairs, with the figure from the photograph somewhere below. It was paralyzing. And the road, that narrow, winding, treacherous road. What if my truck wouldn't start? What if I met it on a blind curve? No. My prison was also my fortress. Leaving felt more dangerous than staying. The night passed in a waking nightmare. The next day was a gray, overcast blur of fear. My world had shrunk to the 14 by 14-foot cabin and the terrifying inevitability of noon. When the time came, I felt a strange sense of resignation. There was no more fight left in me, only a hollow, morbid curiosity. I took the photo. I brought the camera inside. I loaded the card. I clicked open the file. The photograph resolved on the screen. It showed the base of the tower, the thick steel legs plunging into the rocky ground. It was there, standing directly between the legs, so close that it filled the frame. It was looking up, straight up, at me. My finger, acting of its own accord, moved the cursor and zoomed in. The pixels sharpened. I was finally close enough to see its face, but it wasn't a face. It was a smooth, pale, featureless oval. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a perfect, horrifying blankness. And from the center of that blankness, something dark was beginning to emerge, like ink bleeding through paper. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound that tore from my throat, and scrambled backward, kicking my chair away. The laptop crashed to the floor, but the image was burned onto the inside of my eyelids, the smooth eggshell, white void of a face, and the dark stain spreading from its center. It wasn't just a random shape. I watched it for only a second, but my photographer's eye, trained to recognize form and function, saw it with sickening clarity. The darkness was resolving itself into a series of concentric circles. A dark iris, the unmistakable shape of a camera lens. It was growing a lens where its face should be. The last remnants of my sanity shattered. This was not a man. It was not a ghost. It was something else entirely, something intrinsically linked to the very act of my observation. My camera was not just a tool for capturing its image. It was the vehicle of its arrival. Each photograph wasn't just a record of its position. It was a summons, a step in a ritual. I had been performing without comprehension. I had not been documenting a journey. I had been facilitating an invasion. I left the laptop on the floor and shoved my desk against the trapdoor, adding a flimsy wooden chair on top for good measure. It was a pathetic, useless gesture, and I knew it. A physical barrier was meaningless against something that could traverse sheer cliffs and impassable canyons in the space between one noon and the next. Its medium was not the physical world, but the captured image, and its destination was the source of those images. Me. The sun began to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the cabin walls. The terror, which had been a sharp, piercing thing, now mutated into something deeper and more atmospheric. The world outside my windows began to lose its depth. The familiar, three-dimensional panorama of peaks and valleys seemed to flatten, the colors subtly desaturating, as if I were looking at a photograph that was fading with age. The wind, when it blew, no longer sounded like a natural force. It sounded like the soft, mechanical wear of a focusing lens. That night, the sounds became more specific, more personal. From the corner of the room, in the deepest shadow, I heard it, the distinct, sharp click of a camera shutter. My blood turned to ice. I snapped my head around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. There was nothing there. Just the wooden walls of my tiny prison. But the sound had been undeniable, as real as the frantic pounding of my own heart. A few hours later, I heard the faint, high-pitched whine of a flash charging. I sat bolt upright in my bunk, clutching a fire axe I had taken from its bracket, my knuckles white. I was the subject. A long exposure photograph was being taken of my terror. I didn't dare to sleep. My mind, in a state of hyper-awareness, began to piece things together with a horrifying logic. This entity was a creature of the lens, a being born of observation. It had started as a mere speck, an anomaly at the edge of my perception. With each photograph, I had fed it, given it focus, drawn it closer, allowed it to develop. Like a print in a darkroom tray, its form had become sharper, more defined, with each successive wash of my attention. And now it was fully developed. It was here. The physical manifestations, the falling book, the creaking trapdoor, the impossible sounds, were proof that the barrier between its world and mine was gone. The photograph was no longer a representation of reality. Reality was being forced to conform to the photograph. Morning came. The final morning. A strange, unnerving calm settled over me. It was the calm of inevitability. The fear was still there, a cold, heavy stone in my gut, but the panic was gone, replaced by a grim, resolute purpose. I was a photographer. I had started this. I had to see the final print. To run now would be to leave the story unfinished. The final frame uncaptured. It was a monstrous perversion of my professional creed, but it was the only thing that made sense anymore. My curse was my identity. I walked over to my logbook, my official record for the Forest Service. My entries had started as detailed professional observations of weather patterns and visibility. They had slowly devolved into the frantic, barely legible scrawls of a mind under siege. I opened it to a fresh page. My hand was perfectly steady as I wrote. Noon. The final photograph. It is not a glitch. It is not in my head. Something has been called here. Something that travels through images. I have been its beacon. And my camera has been its road. I don't know what it wants. But I know that when it arrives, it will be the end of me. I don't know if anyone will ever read this. But if you do, and you are a person who captures the world in frames, know this. Some things in the vast, empty spaces do not wish to be seen. And when you point your lens at them, you are not just looking. You are inviting. I signed my name, Sable Corvinus, and closed the book. Levinson 59. I stepped out onto the catwalk. The world was utterly silent, unnaturally still, as if the entire landscape was holding its breath. It looked fake, a painted backdrop. I set up the tripod, my movements fluid and precise. I slotted the camera into place. I looked through the viewfinder one last time, not at the mountains, but at the reflection of my own eye. Then, as my watch beeped, I pressed the button. The motor whirred, the lens sweeping its 360-degree arc. It captured the hazy sky, the distant, flat-looking peaks, the silent forest, the empty gravel path. It captured the steel legs of the tower beneath me. The process took 30 seconds. For those 30 seconds, I felt nothing. Then it was over. The motor stopped. And from inside the cabin behind me came the sound. Click. It was the sound of a shutter closing. Loud, close. Real. Time seemed to slow down, to stretch like heated plastic. I didn't turn around quickly. I turned with the deliberate, dreamlike slowness of someone who knows they are about to see the face of their own oblivion. I unlatched the camera from the tripod, holding it like a talisman, and stepped back into the cabin, pulling the trapdoor shut behind me. I didn't look at the laptop. I didn't need to. I could feel the presence in the room, a pocket of absolute cold in the corner. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw it. It was there. Not an image, not a ghost, but a solid, physical being. Its unnaturally long limbs folded into the corner. It was tall, even when crouched. And its face was a perfect, polished, black camera lens. It reflected a warped, wide-angle image of me, my face pale, my eyes wide with terror, the camera clutched in my hands. Slowly, deliberately, it began to unfold itself. It rose to its full, terrifying height, its head nearly scraping the ceiling. It raised one of its long, slender, fingered hands, the digits curling into a familiar shape, mimicking the act of holding a camera, aiming it at me. The black lens of its face seemed to zoom in, the reflection of me growing larger, until it was all I could see. My own camera felt impossibly heavy. I let it fall. It clattered to the floor, and the sound was a million miles away. All that existed was that lens, that perfect, black, unblinking eye. I had spent my life capturing the world, putting it into frames. Now it was my turn to be captured. My turn to be an image. My final thought was not one of fear, but of strange, artistic finality, a self-portrait. Epilogue: 2 weeks later, Henderson, finally spurred by the persistent, unnerving radio silence, led a small team up the winding road to Drake Peak. They found the lookout tower empty, the door bolted from the inside. When they forced it open, they found the cabin in perfect order, save for a high-end camera lying on the floor and a laptop nearby. The logbook was open to the final, chilling entry. A deputy powered on the laptop. They scrolled through the daily panoramic photos, their blood running colder with each image. They saw the figure appear on the distant peak. They watched it cross the impossible landscape. They saw it on the path, then at the base of the tower. The second to last photo, the one with the featureless face, made one of the younger men feel physically ill. The final panoramic, the one taken on Sable's last day, was corrupted. It was a chaotic, blurred smear of motion inside the cabin, ending in a fractured, spiderweb pattern, as if the camera had been dropped mid-capture. But that wasn't the last file on the memory card. There was one more image. It was not a panorama. It was a portrait. Its metadata showed it was taken 1 minute after the final panoramic shot. It was a perfectly composed, crystal, clear photograph of Sable Corvinus. She was standing in the center of the cabin, looking directly into the lens. Her posture was unnaturally still. Her face was a smooth, pale, featureless oval. My name is Eldrick Mourier. That is a fact that feels increasingly fragile, as if the wind that whips around this lonely peak could strip it away, leaving just the hollow shell of a man behind. I am by trade a writer, though I haven't written a word worth reading in over a year. Now, I am a fire lookout, a sentinel stationed atop Waldo Mountain in the vast, indifferent wilderness of Oregon. The Forest Service application spoke of solitude, of quiet contemplation, of a noble duty watching for the first wisps of smoke. I told them I was seeking inspiration, a break from the noise of the city. It was a lie, of course. I came here to be alone with my guilt. Guilt is a physical thing. It has weight. It settled in my stomach the night of the accident, a cold, heavy stone that has been there ever since. A year ago, I was a different man. I was celebrating a small literary award. The kind of thing that feels monumental at the time, but is forgotten by the industry within a week. I was surrounded by people whose names I can't recall, their laughter and praise blurring into a meaningless drone, fueled by too much expensive whiskey. I remember feeling invincible, a master of my own story. Then I got behind the wheel of my car. The drive home was a series of disconnected images, a slideshow of poor decisions. The slick, rain-soaked asphalt, the hypnotic rhythm of the windshield wipers, the glare of oncoming headlights smearing across the glass. I was on a winding back road, a shortcut I thought I knew well. I was speeding. I was drunk. The details are sharp, etched into my memory with the acid of regret. He came out of nowhere. A young man, a hiker by the look of his gear, stepping out from the thick curtain of pines that lined the road. There was no time to react, only the sickening thud of impact. A spiderweb of cracks erupting across my windshield, and then a sudden, horrifying silence broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine and the steady patter of rain. Panic is a cold, sharp, edged thing. It sliced through the alcoholic haze and laid my nerves bare. I stumbled out of the car, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. He was lying in the ditch, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. His eyes were open, staring up at the weeping sky. He was young, maybe early 20s, with a face that should have had decades of life left to live. In that moment, the entire trajectory of my life, the carefully constructed narrative of Eldrick Moyer, the promising author, shattered. All that was left was a coward. I didn't call for help. I didn't check for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. I looked at the empty road, at the dark and imposing forest, and a primal, selfish instinct for survival took over. I dragged him. The weight of his body was a terrible, intimate burden. I pulled him deep into the woods. Away from the road, the wet leaves and pine, needles clinging to his clothes. I found a hollow, a place where an old tree had fallen, and with my bare hands I dug. The soft, damp earth gave way easily. I buried him under a shallow layer of soil and leaves, a frantic, desperate act of self-preservation. I was never caught. The police report, if there ever was one, would have called it a hit and run. A mystery. But I knew. I had become the monster in the story. The solitude of Waldo Mountain was supposed to be my penance, a self-imposed exile. I imagined the silence would be a constant scream of my crime, the isolation a cell of my own making. For the first few weeks, it was exactly that. The lookout tower is a small, glass-encased room on stilts, 100 feet above the sea of trees. My world shrank to that 10 by 10-foot space. The narrow cot, the small stove, the radio that crackled with official, impersonal voices, and the endless, panoramic view of green and blue. The silence was immense, broken only by the wind or the distant cry of a hawk. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper of my secret. Every shadow in the trees below seemed to take on a familiar, broken shape. I welcomed it. I deserved it. But I'm not alone up here. He's here. The ghost of the boy I killed. It didn't start with a dramatic, terrifying event. There were no moans, no rattling chains, no spectral apparitions in the dead of night. It was subtle. A flicker of movement at the edge of my vision as I scanned the horizon for smoke. A fleeting shape standing among the trees when I looked down from the catwalk. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, my guilt-ridden mind projecting figures into the landscape. It was easy to rationalize. The isolation, the lack of human contact. It was bound to have an effect on my perception. Then the appearances became more defined. It was always him. I recognized the jacket he was wearing, the same one I saw that night. He never looked at me directly. He would just appear, a silent figure standing at the tree line, always partially obscured by a trunk or a low, hanging branch. and he was always pointing. One arm extended, finger outstretched, aimed at a specific part of the forest. At first, I thought he was accusing me. The pointing finger felt like a condemnation, a constant, silent reminder of my sin. You. The gesture seemed to say, you did this. And I welcomed it. I would stand on the catwalk, looking down at his ghostly form, and I would whisper my confession into the wind. I know, I'd say, my voice hoarse. I know. I'm sorry. It became a ritual, a strange, one-sided conversation with the dead. His presence was a comfort in a twisted way. It was the punishment I had craved, the judgment I had evaded. But as the days bled into weeks, I started to notice more. The way he stood wasn't accusatory. There was a slump to his shoulders, a sense of wariness. When the light was just right, I could almost see his face, and it wasn't filled with anger or malice. It was filled with a profound sadness, a desperate longing. He wasn't pointing at me. He was pointing for me. He was trying to show me something. His finger never wavered. It always indicated the same spot, a deep, dark ravine to the northeast. A jagged scar in the landscape where the trees grew thicker and the shadows clung all day long. It was a part of the forest I'd never dared to go near, a place that felt primal and unwelcoming, even from the safety of my tower. He wanted me to go there. The realization dawned on me slowly, a cold dread seeping into my bones. He's not trying to haunt me. He's trying to get me to find him. He wants his family to know what happened. He wants to be found, to be given a name, to be laid to rest properly. He wants to go home. The thought is a new kind of torture. To grant his wish would be to confess my crime. To lead them to his body would be to lead them to me. My self-imposed penance was a fraud. I was still just a coward, hiding in my tower, hoping the world would forget. But he won't let me forget. His silent, persistent plea is 1,000 times more damning than any ghostly scream. But I can't. I can't do it. And it's not just because I'm afraid of prison. It's because in the quietest hours, when the wind dies down and the forest holds its breath, I can hear something else. It comes from the direction he points, from the depths of that dark ravine. It's a sound that doesn't belong in this wilderness. It's a wet, guttural sound, a hungry sound. And I think it's the reason I'm not the only one who knows where the body is buried. The sound became the new center of my universe. The ghost of the hiker was a constant, a known quantity of horror, but the noise from the ravine was an unknown variable that terrified me on a more primal level. It wasn't a constant sound. It would come in fits and starts, usually in the dead of night or the gray, listless hours of dawn. It was a sound of consumption, a thick, viscous tearing, punctuated by wet, concussive snaps like large bones being broken. Sometimes a low, gurgling growl would accompany it, a sound of grotesque satisfaction. It was the sound of a predator, but no bear or cougar I had ever heard of made a noise like that. It was too deliberate, too intelligent. It sounded like something enjoying its meal. My days became a cycle of dread and observation. I'd spend hours with the high-powered binoculars pressed to my eyes, scanning the lip of the ravine. The ghost would be there, a faint shimmer in the midday sun, his arms still outstretched, his posture growing more desperate with each passing day. He seemed to be fading, his form less distinct, as if the thing in the ravine was consuming his memory along with his physical remains. His desperation fueled my own. He was a victim, and I had put him there. I had delivered him to that. The thought was a fresh spike of guilt. sharper and more painful than any I had felt before. My crime wasn't just a hit and run. It wasn't just a cowardly burial. I had fed him to something. The ravine itself was a place of profound wrongness. Through the binoculars, I could see that the vegetation around its edge was sickly and pale. Trees that should have been robust and green were twisted, their branches reaching away from the chasm as if in terror. No birds landed there. No squirrels chattered in the branches. It was a dead zone, a pocket of silence in a forest that was otherwise teeming with life. The air above it seemed to shimmer, not with heat, but with something else, a distortion that made my eyes water. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were a chaotic collage of the accident and the sounds from the ravine. I would see the boy's face, his eyes wide with surprise, and then the image would dissolve into a vision of something vast and pale and glistening, moving in the darkness below the earth. I would wake up with the wet, tearing sound echoing in my ears, my heart pounding, my skin slick with cold sweat. I stopped keeping up with the fire log. My radio check-ins with the ranger station became brief and monosyllabic. My supervisor, a kindly woman named Sarah, asked if I was feeling all right. I told her I was just tired. Another lie to add to the pile. One afternoon, something changed. I was watching the ghost, his form so faint. Now he was barely more than a heat haze. When I saw movement at the edge of the ravine, it wasn't the ghost and it wasn't the thing. It was a deer, a large buck with an impressive rack of antlers. It was moving cautiously, its head low, sniffing at the ground. It seemed drawn by a scent, but also deeply wary. I watched, my breath held, as it took a hesitant step closer to the edge. Then it froze. Its head shot up, its ears swiveling, its entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. It had heard something. Or smelled something. What happened next? I can still barely comprehend. The ground at the deer's feet seemed to soften, to give way. It wasn't a landslide or a collapse. It was more like the earth itself had turned to liquid. A patch of soil and pine needles simply dissolved, and the deer, with a cry of pure terror, was pulled down. There was no struggle, no thrashing. It was just gone, dragged beneath the surface in an instant, as if a giant hand had reached up from the depths and snatched it. A moment later, a geyser of dark, rich soil erupted from the spot where the deer had been, and then everything was still. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any sound. I stumbled back from the window, dropping the binoculars. They hit the wooden floor with a clatter that sounded like a gunshot in the silent room. My legs gave out, and I slid down the wall, my mind reeling. It wasn't a creature living in the ravine. The ravine was the creature, the earth itself, a vast, subterranean predator that I had unknowingly made an offering to. The boy wasn't just buried. He was planted. The ghost appeared inside the tower with me. For the first time, he was not at the tree line. He was standing by the opposite window, his form clearer than I had ever seen it. He was no longer pointing. Both of his arms were at his sides, his hands clenched into fists. He was looking at me, his eyes filled with a sorrow so deep it felt like a physical weight in the room. And for the first time, he spoke. His voice was not a voice of air and memory, but a sound that seemed to come from the wood of the tower, from the glass of the windows, from the very core of my own bones. It was a single desperate word. Please. The please shattered the last of my cowardice. Fear was still there, a cold, hard knot in my gut, but it was overshadowed by a sudden, burning clarity. I couldn't leave him there. couldn't let that thing finish what it had started. To rot in a prison cell was one thing. To be slowly digested by an ancient, earth-bound horror was another fate entirely. I had put him in that hole. It was my duty to get him out. I stood up, my legs shaking but steady. I looked at the ghost, the boy whose name I'd know, and I nodded. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay." I went to my pack and pulled out the small, foldable shovel I was issued for clearing trails. It felt pathetically inadequate. I grabbed the most powerful flashlight I had, a heavy-duty beam that could cut through the thickest fog. I clipped a climbing rope and a harness to my belt, though I had no idea what I would anchor it to. I was acting on pure adrenaline-fueled instinct. I had no real plan. I only knew I had to go down there. I had to get the body. I had to bring him back. As I opened the door to the catwalk, the wind felt different. It no longer whispered my secret. It howled a warning. And from the ravine below, for the first time in the light of day, I heard that wet, hungry sound. It was closer now. It knew I was coming. The hike down from the tower was a descent into a different world. The familiar trail, which I had walked for supplies and exercise, felt alien and hostile. The forest was unnaturally quiet, the usual chatter of birds and insects conspicuously absent. Every snapping twig under my boots sounded like a thunderclap. I felt 1,000 unseen eyes on me, and I knew it wasn't just my paranoia. The forest was holding its breath, waiting. The ghost did not accompany me. I was alone with my flimsy shovel and my pounding heart. As I drew closer to the ravine, a smell hit me. It was a cloying, sickly, sweet odor of decay, but underneath it was a strange, loamy scent, like a freshly tilled garden after a rainstorm. It was the smell of life and death intertwined, and it turned my stomach. The air grew thick and humid, clinging to my skin. The trees around the ravine's edge were even more grotesque up close. Their bark was peeling, revealing a pale, fleshy looking wood underneath, and their branches were knotted into arthritic claws. This wasn't just a dead zone, it was a diseased one. I reached the lip of the chasm and peered down. It wasn't a sheer drop, but a steep, muddy slope that descended into darkness. The ground beneath my feet was soft and spongy, yielding under my weight like a mattress. I could feel a faint, slow vibration through the soles of my boots, a rhythmic pulse like a colossal heart beating deep within the earth. The wet, tearing sounds were louder here, echoing from the depths, accompanied by a low, continuous gurgle. The thing was active. It was feeding. I found the spot. A small clearing, slightly sunken, where the sickly, pale grass grew in a disturbingly lush patch. This was where I had dug his grave. I took a deep breath, the foul air burning my lungs, and plunged the shovel into the earth. It went in with a sickening lack of resistance. The soil wasn't soil. It was a thick, fibrous mulch, interwoven with what looked like pale, throbbing veins. With each shovelful I lifted, the smell intensified. The ground seemed to resist me, not with hardness, but with a clinging, sucking pressure. After a few minutes of frantic digging, my shovel struck something. It wasn't the hard crack of bone. It was a soft, yielding thud. I dropped to my knees and clawed at the strange earth with my hands. I uncovered a patch of blue nylon, the fabric of his jacket. A wave of nausea and a twisted sense of relief washed over me. He was here. I hadn't imagined it. I pulled harder, and a section of the body came free. That's when the ground came alive. The pulsing intensified, and the fibrous veins in the earth began to writhe like snakes. They were roots, I realized. but not the roots of any tree. They were pale white, translucent, and they glistened with a foul, digestive slime. They coiled around my arms, their grip surprisingly strong, their surface warm and slick. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I thrashed, trying to pull away, but more roots erupted from the ground, wrapping around my legs, my waist, trying to drag me down into the living earth. I screamed, a raw, hopeless sound that was swallowed by the gurgling of the ravine. The thing wasn't just a passive predator. It was actively defending its meal. I could feel it trying to pull me under, to plant me alongside the boy I had murdered. In my terror, I looked at the half unearthed body, and I saw the true horror of this place. The boy's corpse wasn't just buried, it was being absorbed. The pale roots had burrowed into his flesh, merging with him, drawing sustenance from his very being. His face was partially decomposed, but his eyes were wide open, and they were staring at me with an expression of unimaginable agony. Suddenly, the ghost was there. He stood directly over the grave, his form blazing with a cold, silver light. He wasn't looking at me, but at the body, at what was left of himself. He raised his hands, and a low, mournful wail filled the air, a sound of pure grief and rage. The wail seemed to strike the creature like a physical blow. The roots spasmed, momentarily loosening their grip. It was the only chance I would get. I ignored the roots still clinging to me and focused on the body. I couldn't take all of him. It was too late for that. But I could fulfill my promise. I could give him back his name. I grabbed the collar of his jacket and pulled with all the strength I had left. There was a wet, tearing sound that would haunt my nightmares forever, and I fell backward, clutching a ragged section of the jacket and the backpack that was still strapped to his shoulders. The ground erupted. The roots, enraged, shot out of the earth, lashing at me like whips. One caught me across the face, its slimy surface burning my skin. I scrambled backward, Crab walking away from the grave, kicking and screaming as the roots tried to reclaim their prize. The ghost flickered, his light dimming, his final act of defiance expended. He gave me one last look, a look of profound, sorrowful gratitude, and then he dissolved into the foul air. I didn't stop running until I was back in the sterile, glass and steel safety of my tower. I slammed the door, bolted it, and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. The piece of jacket and the backpack lay on the floor beside me. My face was on fire where the root had struck me. I crawled to the small mirror I had tacked to the wall. A raw, red welt stretched from my temple to my jaw, but it wasn't just a welt. As I watched, tiny, pale filaments, like sprouting seeds, began to push their way through my skin. The thing had planted a part of itself in me. I made the call. My voice was a broken croak as I radioed the ranger station, reporting a possible discovery of human remains. I gave them the location of the ravine. I didn't tell them about the hit, and run, or the ghost, or the ground that eats. They would find out about me soon enough. In the boy's backpack, under a water bottle and a trail map, was a wallet. His name was Daniel. He was 19. They are coming for me now. The helicopter blades are a distant thumping in the morning air. My penance is about to begin. But I know that no prison will ever be as terrifying as the one I've already lived. And as I sit here, waiting, I can feel the strange seeds under my skin beginning to twitch. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that even after I leave this mountain, I will never truly escape the hungry ground of Waldo Mountain. My name is Jedidiah Thorne. Most folks just call me Jed. For 34 years, I was a ranch hand working the vast, unforgiving landscapes of eastern Oregon. I knew the rhythm of the seasons by the ache in my bones and the smell of the sagebrush on the wind. I could read the land like a book, knew where the cattle would graze in the summer heat and where they'd seek shelter when the first snows dusted the mountains. My hands are gnarled and scarred, a testament to a life of mending fences, birthing calves, and facing down whatever nature decided to throw my way. But time, as it does for all men, eventually called in its debt. It wasn't a single event that ended my career, but a slow, grinding erosion of cartilage in my knees. The constant squatting, the long hours in the saddle, the unforgiving terrain. It all added up. One morning, the simple act of swinging my leg over my trusted horse, Dust Devil, sent a bolt of pain so sharp, it nearly sent me to my knees in the dirt. That's when I knew. A ranch hand who can't ride is about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Retirement wasn't a word I was fond of. It sounded too much like giving up. So, when the Forest Service posted a seasonal opening for a fire lookout on Wagon Tire Mountain, it felt like a lifeline. It was a respectable way to step back without stepping away entirely. From up here, I could still watch over the same land I'd spent my life on, just from a different perspective. The job description was simple: watch for smoke, report it. It was a job for the eyes, not the knees. The solitude didn't bother me after decades of the constant noise of a working ranch. The profound silence of the mountain was a welcome change. My new home is a 14 by 14-foot cabin perched on steel stilts, 100 feet above the highest point of the mountain. It's a glass, walled cage offering a 360-degree view of the world. Below me, the high desert stretches out in every direction, a tapestry of muted greens, dusty browns, and rocky outcrops. On a clear day, I can see the shimmer of the horizon 100 miles away. The cabin is Spartan but functional. There's a small bed, a propane stove, a desk with my maps and logbook, and the all-important Osborne Fire Finder, a brass instrument that looks like a relic from a steampunk novel, used to pinpoint the exact location of a smoke plume. My only companions are the wind, which whispers and moans around the glass, and the crackle of the radio, my only link to the outside world. For the first few months, life settled into a comfortable, predictable rhythm. I'd wake before dawn, watch the sun paint the sky in hues of orange and pink, and brew a pot of coffee so strong it could dissolve a spoon. I'd spend my days scanning the horizon with my government issue binoculars, my gaze sweeping methodically across the vast expanse. I learned the patterns of the land from above, the way morning fog clung to the river valleys, the dust devils that danced across the alkali, flat flats in the afternoon heat, the herds of pronghorn that flowed like water across the plains. At night, the sky was a spectacle of impossible beauty, a dome of glittering diamonds untouched by the light pollution of cities. It was a peaceful existence, a quiet epilogue to a life of hard labor. I felt a sense of purpose, a guardian watching over a sleeping kingdom. I know cattle. I know their habits, their sounds, their fears. I know the look of a herd spooked by a cougar, the tight, nervous bunching, the wide, terrified eyes. I know what a predator kill looks like. The torn flesh, the scattered entrails, the bloody ground trampled by the struggle. It's a brutal, messy business, but it's natural. It's part of the cycle. What I saw last night, however, had nothing to do with nature. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the world was bathed in that soft, twilight glow that photographers call the blue hour. I was doing my final sweep of the day, a habit ingrained from my ranching days. Always check the stock before turning in. My binoculars were trained on a clearing about 3 miles to the northwest, a patch of land belonging to my old boss, a man named Frank Gable. Frank was proud of his stock, particularly his prize-winning Charolais bulls. They were magnificent beasts, mountains of muscle and ivory, white hide, worth more than my truck and everything in it. Through the powerful lenses, I saw them, a group of 5, standing stock still in the center of the clearing. It was odd. Bulls can be territorial, but they're rarely so placid in a group. They weren't grazing or sparring. They were just standing there, heads slightly raised, as if waiting for something. I kept the binoculars trained on them, a mild curiosity prickling at the back of my mind. That's when the light came. It didn't flash or flare into existence. It seeped into the landscape, a silent, creeping luminescence that seemed to emanate from the air itself. There was no sound, no hum of a motor or crackle of electricity, just a soft, sickly green glow that descended from above, bathing the clearing in its ethereal radiance. It wasn't like any light I'd ever seen. It wasn't the harsh white of a spotlight or the warm yellow of a flare. It was a color that felt fundamentally wrong, a shade of green that hinted at decay and disease. The bulls didn't even move. They didn't startle or scatter. Their massive bodies, which could shatter a fence post with a single charge, remained perfectly still, captured in the unholy light, like insects in amber. They just stood there, heads tilted up towards the source of the glow, which remained unseen, hidden in the deepening darkness of the sky. My heart began to pound against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the silent cabin. My mind, grounded in a lifetime of practical, earthly experience, struggled to find a rational explanation. A helicopter, some new kind of drone. But there was no noise, no rotor wash stirring the grass. Then, the impossible happened. One by one, the bulls began to lift off the ground. There was no struggle, no sense of force being applied. They just floated. They rose slowly, gracefully, their immense weight rendered meaningless. Their legs dangled uselessly beneath them, their hooves tracing lazy circles in the air. It was a slow, silent, horrifying ballet. They ascended into the green glow, their white hides turning a ghastly shade, until they were just silhouettes against the light, like ornaments being hoisted on some cosmic, invisible string. My breath hitched in my throat. I lowered the binoculars, rubbing my eyes, convinced I was hallucinating, a symptom of the altitude or the solitude, finally cracking my sanity. But when I looked again, they were still there, drifting upwards into the dark sky, until the green light enveloped them completely and they vanished. The clearing was empty. The green glow lingered for a moment, a faint poisonous stain in the air, and then it, too, faded into nothingness, leaving only the natural darkness of the night. I stood frozen, my knuckles white where I gripped the windowsill. The silence in the cabin was suddenly immense, oppressive. Minutes stretched into an eternity. My mind was a whirlwind of denial and terror. It couldn't have happened. It was a trick of the light, a waking dream. A few minutes later, they floated back down. They reappeared from the darkness above, descending at the same slow, deliberate pace. But their return was not as gentle as their departure. As they neared the ground, they were released. They dropped the last 20 feet like sacks of grain, their bodies hitting the earth with a series of sickening, silent thuds that I felt in the pit of my stomach more than I heard. They didn't move. They lay in a heap, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, their magnificent forms reduced to lifeless piles in the moonlight. I stayed at the window for hours, my binoculars pressed to my eyes, watching the still, silent forms in the clearing. The night, once a source of peace, was now filled with a profound and terrifying mystery. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every gust of wind sounded like a whisper. I knew I had to go down there, to see it with my own eyes. But the thought of descending from my perch into that darkness was paralyzing. A lifetime of facing down the tangible fears of the wild. Predators, storms, stampedes, had not prepared me for this. This was a different kind of fear, an ancient, cosmic dread that seeped into the soul. I waited, a prisoner in my glass box, for the first safe light of sunrise. Sleep was a country I couldn't find the map for. I spent the night with my face pressed against the cool glass of the window, a sentinel watching over a field of death. The moon cast long, skeletal shadows that played tricks on the eyes, making the still forms of the bulls seem to twitch and writhe. Every creak of the tower in the wind was the sound of something climbing the steel legs. Every whisper of the breeze was a voice, just outside my understanding. When the first hint of gray finally began to dilute the oppressive black of the eastern sky, it wasn't a relief. It felt like an accusation. The dawn didn't bring comfort. It only promised to illuminate the horror in stark, unforgiving detail. My knees screamed in protest as I began the long descent down the 100 feet of steel stairs. Each step was a carefully negotiated truce with the pain that had driven me from the saddle and up into this cage in the sky. The cold morning air bit at my exposed skin, but a different kind of chill had already settled deep in my bones. The world felt different. The familiar landscape of sagebrush and juniper, a place I knew as well as the back of my own hand, now seemed alien and hostile. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, expectant. It was the silence of a place where something terrible had happened and was waiting to happen again. My old pickup truck, parked at the base of the tower, started with a reluctant cough. The 3-mile drive to the clearing was the longest of my life. The dirt track was rough, and the truck bounced and jostled, but my eyes were fixed on the clearing ahead. As I got closer, the scale of the scene began to resolve itself. The bulls weren't just lying down. They were broken. Heaps of white hide and twisted limbs, scattered like toys discarded by a careless, giant child. I parked the truck 100 yards away and walked the rest of the way, my hand resting on the reassuring way hunting knife I always carried on my belt. Not that I thought it would do any good against whatever did this. It was just a habit, a talisman from a world that still made sense. The air grew colder as I approached the carcasses, and a strange, metallic scent, like ozone after a lightning strike, hung in the air. It was just like the stories you hear, the ones whispered around campfires or told in low voices in dusty bars. The kind of stories you dismiss as drunken fantasies or tall tales. Cattle mutilation. I'd seen my share of dead livestock over the years, torn apart by wolves or picked at by vultures. This wasn't that. This was something else entirely. I knelt by the nearest bull, the pain in my knees forgotten, replaced by a cold, clinical dread. There was no blood. Not a drop. The ground beneath the massive animal was clean, undisturbed. The bull's hide was intact, save for a few precise, almost surgical incisions. Its eyes were gone, not pecked out but cored, leaving two perfectly round, black sockets that seemed to stare into eternity. Its tongue had been pulled out and cut off at the root, a feat that would require immense force and a blade of impossible sharpness. The genitals, too, had been removed with the same bloodless, surgical precision. I moved from one animal to the next, and the story was the same for all five. The cuts were clean, cauterized, as if made by a beam of intense heat. There were no jagged edges, no signs of tearing or struggle. It was the work of a butcher, but no butcher I'd ever known. It was efficient, sterile, and utterly devoid of passion or rage. It was like a disassembly, a collection of samples. My rancher's instincts, Hond over 30, 4 years, took over. I began to circle the clearing, my eyes scanning the ground. I was looking for tracks. Anything. The heavy prints of a grizzly bear, the paw prints of a cougar or a pack of coyotes drawn by the scent of death that wasn't there. The boot prints of men, the tire tracks of a truck or an ATV. There was nothing. The dusty, dry ground was a blank canvas. My own boot prints from my approach were the only marks marring its surface. It was impossible. 5 bulls, each weighing close to a ton, had been dropped from the sky, and there were no indentations in the earth beyond the shallow impressions of their own dead weight. Nothing had approached on foot. Nothing had driven away. It was as if the perpetrators had simply materialized in the air, done their grotesque work, and vanished back into the ether. The silence pressed in on me. The sun was higher now, but it brought no warmth. I stood in the center of the carnage, a lone man in an ocean of silent, screaming wrongness. And that's when I got that feeling, the one that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up and a cold knot form in your gut. The primal, instinctual certainty that you are being watched. It wasn't a sound or a movement. It was a pressure, a weight in the air, a feeling of being observed, studied, like a bug under a magnifying glass. My head snapped up, my eyes scanning the rim of the clearing, the distant line of trees, the empty blue sky. I saw nothing. The pronghorn were gone. The birds were silent. Even the insects seemed to have ceased their morning drone. The entire world was holding its breath, and I was the only thing breathing in it. My gaze was drawn inexorably upward, back towards the source of my own vigil, back to my tower. It stood stark against the morning sky, a lonely sentinel on the mountain peak. My home, my sanctuary, my glass box that was supposed to keep the world out. And then I saw it. A glint of light from my own window. It was the unmistakable flash of sunlight, reflecting off a lens. The kind of glint you see from a rifle scope, or a camera, or a pair of binoculars. It was a tiny, brilliant spark, there for a second and then gone. But I saw it. My heart, which had been pounding a steady rhythm of fear, seized in my chest and then exploded into a frantic, panicked gallop. Someone was in my tower. Someone was up there, in my home, looking down at me through my own binoculars. The watcher was being watched. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. The 3 miles of open country between me and the tower suddenly felt like an uncrossable chasm. The tower was no longer a refuge. It was an enemy position. I was exposed, vulnerable, a solitary figure in a killing field. And the thing that had done this was now in my house, looking at me. I was trapped. Trapped between the silent, mutilated bodies of the bulls and the silent, watching presence in the sky. I slowly began to back away, my eyes locked on the window of the tower, my hand gripping the useless knife on my belt. I didn't dare turn my back. I didn't dare run. The world narrowed to 2 points: the glint of malevolent observation from my own window and the cold, useless weight of the knife in my hand. To run felt like suicide. To stay was to be a sitting duck. Every instinct screamed at me to flee. But my feet were rooted to the spot, held fast by a terror so profound it felt like a physical chain. My mind, a frantic mess of denial and adrenaline, tried to rationalize. Maybe it was a hiker, a lost tourist who had stumbled upon the tower and was now just as scared as I was. But that explanation felt thin, a flimsy blanket against a hurricane of wrongness. No hiker made those cuts. No tourist moved without leaving a trace. Slowly, deliberately, I began to back away. One step at a time, my boots crunching softly in the dry dirt. I kept my eyes locked on the tower, that single pane of glass that had become the focal point of all my fear. I didn't dare turn my back. The 3 miles back to my truck felt like a journey across a continent. The sun beat down on my neck, but I was cold, so cold. The silence of the clearing was a living thing, a predator waiting for me to make a mistake. The mutilated bulls were a silent, gruesome audience to my retreat. Their black, empty eye sockets seemed to follow me, accusing me of abandoning them. When I finally reached the truck, my hand was shaking so violently. It took 3 attempts to get the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a roar that felt obscenely loud in the oppressive silence. I threw the truck into reverse, kicking up a cloud of dust, never taking my eyes off the tower in the rearview mirror. I half expected the glass to shatter, for some impossible shape to emerge and descend upon me. But there was nothing. Just the silent, impassive structure, growing smaller as I sped away. I didn't drive back to the base of the tower. That was unthinkable. I took the fork in the track that led west, towards Frank Gable's ranch. My mind was a chaotic storm. I had to tell someone. I had to warn them. But what could I say? Frank, a silent green light stole your prize bulls, took them into the sky, and brought them back in pieces. They'd think I'd finally lost my mind to the solitude. They'd sedate me and put me in a quiet room with soft walls. The radio. I fumbled for the handset of the truck's CB. My link to the world. I keyed the mic. This is Wagon Tire, lookout to any station, come in, over. Static. A harsh, empty hiss. This is Jedidiah Thorne at Wagon Tire Mountain. I have an emergency! Is anyone reading me? Over. The static crackled and popped. Then, for a fleeting second, something else came through. It wasn't a voice. It was a sound. A series of clicks and whistles, rhythmic and structured, like a language I couldn't comprehend. It was a sound that was both intelligent and utterly alien. It sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. I threw the handset down as if it were a venomous snake. They were on the radio. They were in the wires. They were everywhere. I drove like a man possessed, pushing the old truck to its limits on the washboard road. When the familiar gate of the Gable Ranch came into view, I didn't slow down, crashing through the wooden barrier in a shower of splintered pine. I screeched to a halt in front of the main house, leaving a long, black skid mark on the gravel. Frank came out onto the porch, a coffee mug in his hand, his face a mask of confusion and anger. He was a big man with a weathered face and hands that looked like they were carved from oak. He took one look at my face, my wild eyes and pale skin, and his anger softened into concern. Jed, what in the hell is wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Worse, Frank," I gasped, stumbling out of the truck. "Much worse. It's your bulls. They're dead. All 5 of them." I told him everything. I poured out the whole impossible story. The green light, the silent ascent, the bloodless cuts, the missing tracks, the glint in the tower window. I watched his face shift from concern to disbelief, then to pity. He thought I was crazy. I could see it in his eyes. He was looking at me like a man looks at a beloved old dog that's gone rabid. "Jed, calm down," he said. His voice gentle, the way you'd speak to a frightened child. "You've been up on that mountain too long. Let's get you a drink of water. We'll call the sheriff and we'll go take a look." They went, of course. Frank and 2 sheriff's deputies. They let me sit in the ranch house kitchen. A kindly woman I didn't know giving me coffee I couldn't drink. Hours later, they came back. Their faces were grim. "You were right about one thing, Jed," the sheriff said, his voice flat and professional. "They're dead. And it's strange. We've never seen anything like it." They didn't find any tracks either. They found the broken gate and my tire tracks, but nothing else. They sealed off the area. They called in experts from the state. The official story, the one that would appear in the local paper, was that the bulls had been killed by a rare, lightning-fast infection, and the mutilations were the work of an unknown, highly organized group of animal rights extremists performing a bizarre ritual. It was a story that made no sense, but it was a story people could understand. It was better than the truth. They asked me about the tower. A deputy went up to check. He came back an hour later. "All clear, Sheriff. Door was locked, just like you said, Jed. Not a thing out of place. Binoculars were right on the desk where he said they'd be. Not a thing out of place." The words echoed in my head. They didn't believe me. I was the old man who cried UFO. The crazy hermit from the mountain. My testimony was dismissed as the ramblings of a mind frayed by isolation. I had seen the impossible, and the world had simply shrugged and looked away. I never went back to the tower. I couldn't. I packed my few belongings and left that part of the country for good. I drift now from one small town to another, never staying in one place for too long. I work odd jobs, enough to pay for a cheap motel room and a hot meal. But I'm no longer just Jedidiah Thorne, retired ranch hand. I'm a man with a secret, a terrible knowledge that has become my own personal prison. The real horror isn't what I saw that night. It's not the green light or the mutilated animals. The real horror is the silence that followed. It's knowing that we are not alone, but that the things that share this universe with us are so far beyond our comprehension that their very presence can shatter a man's soul. It's knowing that they can come and go as they please, take what they want, and leave behind a world that refuses to see what's right in front of it. I don't sleep much anymore. Every night, I find myself outside, my face turned towards the heavens, my eyes scanning the endless, silent darkness. I'm not looking for fires anymore. I'm looking for a soft, sickly green glow. I'm watching the sky because I know, with a certainty that has burned itself into the core of my being, that the sky is also watching me. My name is Alistair Finch, and for as long as I can remember, I've been a man out of time. While other boys were obsessed with astronauts and sports cars, my heroes were the grizzled, determined men and women who etched their way across the American continent in canvas-covered wagons. I devoured books on westward expansion, memorized maps of forgotten trails, and spent my weekends volunteering at local historical societies. History wasn't just a subject for me. It was a tangible presence, a collection of ghosts whose stories I felt a profound duty to learn and preserve. After a decade spent teaching high school history, trying to ignite a similar spark in students more interested in their phones than the past, I realized I needed a change. I needed to get closer to the source. That's what led me to apply for a position as a fire lookout. It wasn't the solitude or the modest government paycheck that drew me in. It was the location Sissy Butte, a lonely peak in the heart of Oregon, standing sentinel over a remarkably well-preserved section of the original Oregon Trail. To me, this wasn't just a job, it was a pilgrimage. It was a chance to live, for one season, in the very landscape that had consumed my imagination for a lifetime. The tower itself was a marvel of utilitarian design, a small glass and steel box perched on stilts 100 feet above the sea of trees. The ascent up the rickety wooden staircase was a daily test of my mild fear of heights, but the reward was always worth it. From the catwalk that encircled my tiny cabin, the world unfolded in a breathtaking panorama of emerald green and sapphire blue. The Cascade Range serrated the eastern horizon, their volcanic peaks often shrouded in a mystical haze. Below, the forest was a dense, breathing entity, a tapestry of Douglas fir, ponderosa pine, and western hemlock that stretched to infinity in every direction. And there, snaking through the trees to the south, was the reason I had come. From this height, the Oregon Trail was just a faint depression in the land, a subtle, winding scar almost reclaimed by nature. But I knew what it was. I could feel the weight of its history. The echoes of the thousands of souls who had passed this way, their hopes and hardships seeping into the very soil. My days fell into a comfortable, solitary rhythm. I'd wake with the sun, the cabin flooded with golden light. After a thorough scan of my designated quadrant for any telltale wisps of smoke, my time was my own. I'd brew coffee on a small propane stove, the aroma mixing with the clean, pine, scented air. My companions were my books, the weathered journals of pioneers, detailed historical atlases, and academic treatises on the trail's fraught history. I'd sit at my small desk, the Osborne fire finder a silent, brass sentinel beside me, and I would read. I'd trace their routes on my own maps, cross-referencing names and dates, feeling a kinship with these long, dead travelers. I'd imagine their exhaustion, their fear of the unknown, their unwavering grit. Looking out my window, I could almost superimpose their ghostly figures onto the landscape, seeing their wagons lumbering through the clearings I watched over. The first week was idyllic, a perfect union of my passion and my profession. The silence of the wilderness was a soothing balm after years in noisy classrooms. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind through the pines, the distant cry of a hawk, and the occasional creak of the tower as it swayed gently in the breeze. It was a profound peace, a feeling of being the only person left in the world. The change began subtly, so subtly that I almost didn't notice it. It started with a sound. One evening, as twilight bled purple and orange across the sky, I heard a faint, rhythmic creaking. It was a low, repetitive noise, carried on the wind. Squeak, groan, squeak, groan. I chalked it up to the tower settling, or a branch rubbing against one of the support legs. It was an old structure, after all. But the sound had a peculiar cadence, a slow, plodding rhythm that felt deliberate. It lasted for perhaps an hour before fading into the chirping of the crickets. A few nights later, it returned, this time accompanied by something new. It was a metallic clanking, a hollow, intermittent ringing like a distant cowbell. I stood on the catwalk, peering into the deepening gloom, my binoculars pressed to my eyes. I scanned the tree line, the clearings, the service road miles away. Nothing. No hikers, no cattle, no sign of human activity. The logical part of my brain, the part that had been a teacher for 10 years, searched for explanations. A loose piece of metal on the tower's antenna. A ranger's horse that had wandered off. Every explanation felt thin, unsatisfying. The sounds felt older, more ancient than the modern world I was a part of. Then came the feeling. It's a difficult sensation to describe, but anyone who has spent significant time alone in the wild will know it. It's the primal, instinctual certainty that you are being watched. It started as a prickling on the back of my neck as I sat reading. A sudden, compelling urge to look up from my book and stare out the southern windows toward the trail. I'd see nothing but the swaying trees and the deepening shadows, but the feeling lingered, a silent, unseen pressure against the glass. My perfect solitude was beginning to feel compromised. The vast, empty wilderness no longer felt empty. The breaking point arrived on the 8th night. The air was unnaturally still and cold, the sky a starless, ink-black void. I was trying to sleep, but the sounds had returned, louder and more distinct than ever before. The creaking was no longer just a creak. It was the undeniable groan of ungreased wooden axles turning under a heavy load. The clanking was joined by the low, mournful lowing of oxen, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floor of the tower. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not the wind. This was not my imagination. With trembling hands, I grabbed my most powerful flashlight and my binoculars and stepped out onto the catwalk. The cold air was a shock to my system. I stood there listening, my breath pluming in the darkness. The sounds were coming from the south, from the direction of the trail. They were close, frighteningly close. I raised the binoculars, my hands shaking so badly, it was difficult to focus. I swept them across the dark expanse of trees, where the trail lay hidden. At first, all I saw was the impenetrable blackness of the forest. But then, something moved. It wasn't a solid movement. It was a shimmer, a distortion in the air, like heat haze rising from asphalt on a summer day. I twisted the focus knob, my knuckles white. The image sharpened, and my blood ran cold. It was a wagon. A covered wagon, its canvas top glowing with a faint, ethereal luminescence. It was being pulled by a team of skeletal oxen, their forms translucent, their movements slow and wary. And behind it was another, and another, and another. A long, spectral train of them, moving in a silent, ghostly procession. They passed directly through the ancient pines, their forms wavering and insubstantial. Yet the sounds they made, the creaking wheels, the lowing beasts, the faint murmur of voices too distant to understand, were chillingly real. I dropped the binoculars. They clattered against the metal grating of the catwalk, the sound shockingly loud in the sudden silence. The sounds from the procession had ceased the moment I'd truly seen them. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again, praying it was a hallucination, a waking nightmare brought on by isolation. But they were still there, a silent, ghostly caravan gliding through the forest, where no road existed, their path illuminated by a light that came from within. I stumbled back into the cabin, slamming the door and fumbling with the lock. I threw myself onto my cot, pulling the thin blanket over my head like a child hiding from monsters. But I couldn't hide from what I had seen. The historian in me had spent a lifetime imagining them. Now, the man in me was terrified, because they were no longer in my imagination. They were outside my door. Sleep was an impossibility. I lay on my cot, rigid with fear, listening to the frantic drumming of my own heart. The thin blanket I'd pulled over my head offered no real protection, only a stuffy, claustrophobic darkness. Every creak of the tower, every sigh of the wind, was magnified 100-fold, morphing into the groan of spectral wheels, or the mournful sigh of a long, dead traveler. I was a historian, a man of facts and documented evidence, yet my entire worldview had been shattered in a single moment by a silent, luminous procession. I spent the night caught in a terrible loop, replaying the image of those translucent wagons and their skeletal oxen, their forms passing effortlessly through the solid trunks of ancient trees. It was a violation of every law of physics, every rational principle I held dear. Part of me, the academic, was morbidly fascinated. The rest of me was just plain terrified. When the first gray hint of dawn finally seeped through the cabin windows, it felt like a pardon. The oppressive, watchful silence of the night receded, replaced by the familiar, cheerful chatter of waking birds. In the clear, objective light of morning, the events of the previous night seemed distant, almost dreamlike. That's what it was, I told myself, my voice a hoarse croak in the quiet cabin. A waking dream, a hallucination. The explanation felt plausible, even comforting. I was alone after all, 100 feet in the air in the middle of a vast wilderness. The isolation, the altitude, the constant, low-level stress of the job. It was a perfect recipe for the mind to play tricks. I had been reading pioneer journals for days, immersing myself in their world. Of course, my overtired brain would conjure them up from the depths of my subconscious. Clinging to this life raft of logic, I forced myself into my morning routine. I brewed coffee, my hands still shaking slightly. I performed my sweep of the horizon, my eyes automatically lingering on the southern section of the forest. It was just a forest. Green, dense, and utterly normal. There were no ghostly trails, no ethereal wagons. There was nothing. The relief that washed over me was immense. I laughed. A short, sharp bark of a sound. A ghost story of my own making. I would have to be more careful, get more sleep, perhaps spend less time buried in my books. But a sliver of doubt remained, a persistent splinter in my mind. The sounds had been so real, the feeling of being watched, so palpable. To put the matter to rest once and for all, I knew what I had to do. After my radio check, in with dispatch, I grabbed my day pack, locked the cabin, and began the long descent down the tower's staircase. My legs felt unsteady, and I gripped the wooden handrail tightly. My goal was simple. I would hike to the spot where I thought I'd seen the caravan. I would walk the ground, see the trees they had supposedly passed through, and prove to myself that there was no trace of their passage. It was a fool's errand, but a necessary one for my own sanity. The forest floor was cool and damp, smelling of rich earth and pine needles. The hike was less than a mile, but it felt longer. With every step, a knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. What if I was wrong? What if the hallucination theory didn't hold up? I found the area easily enough. A small clearing of ponderosa pines that I recognized from my vantage point in the tower. I walked among the trees, running my hands over their rough, furrowed bark. They were solid, ancient, and very much real. There were no tracks, no broken branches, no sign that anything, let alone a train of wagons, had passed through here. I was about to turn back, a triumphant wave of relief building in my chest when my eye caught a glint of something in the undergrowth, at the base of a large pine. It was a flicker of rusted metal, nearly swallowed by moss and fallen needles. Curiosity overriding my lingering fear, I knelt and brushed away the debris. My breath caught in my throat. It was a doll. A small, primitive thing, no more than 6 inches long, fashioned from tin. Its painted face was almost completely worn away, but I could just make out the faint outline of 2 wide eyes and a simple, smiling mouth. Its limbs were stiff, its tiny dress a tattered, brown rag that disintegrated at my touch. It was old, incredibly old. From the style, the materials, the level of decay, I knew with the certainty of a historian that this was not a modern toy. It was from the mid-19th century. It was a pioneer's doll. I stood up slowly, the doll cold and heavy in my palm. My carefully constructed wall of rationalization crumbled into dust. This was not a hallucination. A hallucination couldn't leave a physical object behind. I scanned the forest around me, which no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful, ancient, and filled with secrets. I had not been imagining things. I had been a witness. That night, they returned. And the night after that, and the night after that. It became a nightly ritual. As dusk settled, the sounds would begin: the creaking wheels, the lowing of the oxen, the faint, indecipherable murmurs. And then the procession would appear, a silent, ghostly parade marching on its endless journey. My terror slowly gave way to a kind of horrified fascination. I would stand on the catwalk, my binoculars a permanent fixture in my hands, and I would watch. I was a historian, and this was the most profound and terrifying primary source I could ever imagine. I began to notice details I had missed in my initial panic. The figures walking alongside the wagons were gaunt, their faces etched with hardship, their eyes hollow and dark. Their clothes were ragged, their movements wary and repetitive. They never looked up. They never seemed to notice the 100-foot tower of steel and glass looming over them. They were trapped in their own time, their own tragedy, replaying a journey that had never ended. Then, a new element was added to the nightly pageant. About a week after finding the doll, I saw them. Faint, flickering lights began to appear in the valley below, dozens of them scattered amongst the trees. Campfires. They glowed with the same ethereal, heatless light as the wagons, casting long, dancing shadows that had no substance. I was no longer just seeing a passing train. I was seeing their entire encampment. They were stopping here. They were making a settlement for the night, right at the foot of my tower. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague prickling on my neck. It was a focused, palpable pressure. I felt as though I were in a fishbowl, my every move observed by 100 pairs of unseen eyes. The line between my world and theirs was thinning. 2 days ago, the proof of that thinning line was left for me. When I went down for my morning hike, I found it resting on the very first step of the tower's ladder. It was a child's shoe. It was small, made of worn, cracked leather, with a single tarnished buckle. Like the doll, it was undeniably from the period. It was caked in dry mud, as if a child had lost it while trudging through a long, Ago storm. The placement was deliberate, unmistakable. The doll could have been lost, dropped by chance a century and a half ago, but this was placed. It was left for me. I picked it up, my heart pounding. A cold dread, mingled with a historian's awe, washed over me. They were leaving me gifts, offerings. But why? I stood there, the tiny, pathetic shoe in my hand, and looked up at my tower. I saw it not through my own eyes, but through theirs. They wouldn't see a fire lookout station. That concept wouldn't exist for them. They would see a tall, solitary structure, a light in the window, a plume of smoke from my stove. In this vast, dangerous wilderness, what would that signify to a lost and wary traveler from 1850? The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They didn't see a fire tower. They saw a homestead, a settlement, a place of refuge on the long, hard road. They thought I was one of them. A settler, a homesteader, waiting to welcome them. The gifts weren't random. They were gestures of goodwill, offerings from one neighbor to another in the unforgiving wilderness. They weren't hostile. They were just lost. And they thought they had found a friend. The realization that they saw me as a friend, a fellow homesteader, did not bring comfort. It brought a new, more profound kind of terror. Friendship implies reciprocity. A gift expects a gift in return. My tower was no longer a sanctuary, it was a stage, and I was the soul. Terrified actor in a play I didn't understand. The line between historian and subject had been irrevocably erased. I was no longer just watching their story. I was becoming a part of it. My routine, once a source of solace, became a series of frantic, paranoid rituals. I stopped using my propane stove at night, terrified that the small flame would be seen as a welcoming beacon. I'd sit in the dark, chewing on dry crackers, my back pressed against the coldest wall, as far from the windows as possible. During my radio check-ins, I had to choke back the hysterical urge to scream for help. What would I say? Hello, dispatch. I'm being haunted by a spectral wagon, train that thinks I'm their neighbor. They would pull me for psychological evaluation, so fast the tower would spin. I was utterly, completely alone with my ghosts. The nightly visitations grew bolder. The campfires below seemed to burn brighter, their heatless light casting more defined, dancing shadows. The procession of wagons no longer stayed confined to the distant trail. I would see them weaving through the trees closer to the base of my tower, their creaking wheels a constant, grinding soundtrack to my sleepless nights. Sometimes I would see the figures, the gaunt men and wary women, stop and stare up at my perch. Their faces were always indistinct in the ethereal gloom, but their posture was unmistakable. It was the gaze of the curious, the expectant. They were waiting for me, waiting for the lonely homesteader to come down from his strange, tall house and greet them. The gifts continued to appear, each one more personal and unsettling than the last. A few days after the shoe, I found a small, leather-bound Bible on the ladder, its pages fused together by time and moisture. Then came a woman's bonnet, its ribbon faded but still tied in a neat bow. I didn't touch these new offerings. I left them where they lay, pathetic, decaying tributes on the steps of my steel altar. To take them felt like accepting a contract whose terms I could not begin to fathom. My refusal, however, seemed to cause confusion, perhaps even distress. The sounds began to change. The vague, indecipherable murmurs that drifted up from the phantom campfires started to coalesce into distinct words. They were carried on the wind, snatched away before I could make sense of them, but they were undeniably human voices. A woman's soft humming, a man's sharp command to an ox, and, most chillingly, the sound of a child crying a thin, desolate wail that seemed to pierce right through the walls of the cabin and into my soul. I started documenting everything, retreating into the only role that still made sense to me, the historian. I filled notebooks with detailed descriptions of the wagons, the clothing of the spirits, the placement of the gifts. I sketched the layout of their camp, the patterns of their nightly procession. It was a mad, desperate attempt to impose order on the impossible, to turn raw terror into academic data. But the ghosts would not be so easily cataloged. Last night, the barrier between our worlds wore thinner than ever before. A storm had rolled in at dusk, a violent tempest of wind and rain that made the tower groan and sway. I was on the catwalk, clutching the railing, the wind tearing at my clothes, when I saw a figure standing directly at the base of the ladder. It was a woman. She was translucent, her form flickering with every flash of lightning, but she was clearer than any of the others I had seen. She wore a simple, dark dress, and her hair was pulled back in a severe bun. She was looking straight up at me. Her face was a mask of sorrow and desperation. As I stared, frozen, she raised a hand, not in a wave, but in a gesture of pleading. The wind howled, a physical force that threatened to rip me from my perch. But for a single, terrifying moment, the roar of the storm was replaced by her voice. It wasn't in my head. It was in the air, as clear and solid as the cold metal railing under my hands. "He's sick," the voice said, laced with a century of grief. "The fever, please." And then it was gone, swallowed by the wind. I scrambled back inside, my body trembling uncontrollably. It was a plea, a direct appeal from their world to mine. They didn't just see a homesteader. They saw a neighbor, a source of aid in a time of desperate need. The crying child, the fever. I was living inside one of the tragic journal entries I had so avidly studied. Which brings me to now. The storm has passed. The sun is setting, painting the sky in bloody streaks of red and orange. The first sounds are beginning to drift up from the valley below. The familiar, dreadful creaking of the wheels. I have the rusted doll and the child's shoe on the desk in front of me. They feel like anchors, pulling me down into their world. I am no longer just a lookout. I am a neighbor, a friend, and they are in need. A moment ago, the wind picked up again, a sudden gust that rattled the windows of the cabin. And on that wind, a voice, as clear as if the woman were standing right beside me. It was the same voice from the storm, but the pleading was gone, replaced by a simple, calm invitation. Come join the train, friend. It's a long road ahead. I'm looking out the window now, at the ghostly campfires beginning to flicker to life in the twilight. The road ahead. For them, it is an endless, repeating loop of hardship and loss. For me, what does it mean for me? Is it an invitation to help? Or an invitation to share their fate? To become another lost soul on the trail, forever marching towards a destination that can never be reached. The ladder looks impossibly long tonight. I don't know if I have the strength to stay in this tower, and I'm terrified I don't have the strength to go down. The creaking is getting louder. They are waiting. My name is Rowan Thorne, and I am a doctoral candidate in folklore and mythology. For the past 6 years, my academic life has been a deep dive into the shadowed corners of human belief, a pursuit of the stories we tell ourselves when the lights go out. My thesis focuses on the persistence of pre-colonial folklore in the Pacific Northwest, specifically how these ancient narratives adapt and endure in the face of modern society. This brought me here, to a 100-foot tall steel tower, perched atop Clear Lake Butte in the heart of Oregon's sprawling national forests. The job title is Fire Lookout, but for me it is a research fellowship in absolute isolation. It's a perfect, self-contained laboratory for the study of legends. The primary subject of my research, the legend that drew me to this specific peak, is the Amhuluk. According to the lore of the Kalapua people, the Amhuluk is a fearsome entity that inhabits the deep, cold mountain lakes of the region. It is not a simple beast of tooth and claw. The stories describe it as a creature of many forms, a dragon-like monster with spotted fur and a single horn, said to be the source of the dense, clinging fogs that can swallow the landscape in minutes. It is a spirit of the water, an agent of drowning and disorientation. Some tales claim it can alter its shape, luring the unwary to their doom. For a folklorist, it is a fascinating nexus of environmental fear, cultural memory, and monstrous archetype. From my glass-walled perch, I can see the subject of its legend, Clear Lake itself, a vast, dark mirror nestled between the surrounding peaks. It is from this lake that the legend and the fog is born. The first week was idyllic. I settled into a routine dictated by the sun and the radio. Each morning, I would wake to the breathtaking panorama of a world painted in alpine hues. I'd make my coffee, perform my required weather checks, and scan the endless sea of Douglas firs for the faintest whisper of smoke. The silence was profound, a living entity in itself, broken only by the wind whistling through the tower's steel girders and the distant cry of a hawk. My days were spent reading, writing, and observing. My nights were filled with a sky so clear and star-dusted it felt like a religious experience. The isolation was a balm, a cleansing fire for a mind cluttered with the noise of city life. I felt a sense of profound peace, a connection to the raw, untamed wilderness that was both humbling and exhilarating. It was on the 8th day that I first noticed the fog. It wasn't the usual morning mist that burns off with the rising sun. This was different. It was born on the surface of the lake, a thick, churning blanket of white that seemed to possess a weight and texture beyond that of mere water vapor. It didn't drift, it flowed. It clung to the surface of the lake like a shroud, its tendrils creeping into the trees that lined the shore with a slow, deliberate purpose. I noted it in my log. Unusual fog bank, extremely dense, localized to Clear Lake. Appears resistant to wind currents. An academic observation, a meteorological curiosity. The next morning it was still there, but it had moved. The main body of the fog remained over the lake, but a significant portion had advanced, covering the lower slopes of the butte. It had traveled half a mile uphill, against the natural flow of air. I watched it for hours through my binoculars. It wasn't dissipating. It was coiling, swirling in on itself. Less like a weather pattern and more like a living organism, breathing in slow, cold sighs. The forest that it touched fell silent. The usual chatter of birds and squirrels was gone, replaced by a heavy, oppressive stillness. That was when I met Chris. The faint sound of an engine had me scanning the access road, and soon a dusty green Jeep appeared, bumping its way up the final stretch. A man hopped out, tall and lean, with a friendly sun-crinkled smile and a head of sandy hair. He waved up at me with an easy confidence. "Rowan."
"I'm Chris."
"Brought you your weekly supplies," he shouted over the wind. His presence was a shock to my system, a sudden injection of normalcy into my hermetic world. I buzzed him through the gate at the base of the tower, and descended the 7 flights of stairs, my legs feeling unsteady. He had boxes of groceries, jugs of fresh water, and a stack of mail. He was a contract hiker, paid by the Forest Service to check on the more remote lookouts. "You're a sight for sore eyes," I admitted, shaking his hand. It was firm and calloused. "Figured you might be," he laughed. "It gets pretty quiet up here. Most folks can't handle it for more than a few weeks. You're a researcher, right?" "That's what they told me." "That's right. Studying local folklore." His eyes lit up with genuine interest. "No kidding. So you're up here chasing spooky stories." "Something like that," I said, pointing towards the lake. "Ever seen the fog act like that?" Chris followed my gaze, his smile fading slightly. He squinted, shielding his eyes. "Yeah, that's the lake fog. It gets weird sometimes. The old-timers say it has a mind of its own. That's Amhulek's breath, they say." He delivered the line with a folksy charm, but his eyes lingered on the white mass for a moment too long. There was something there, a flicker of an emotion I couldn't quite place. Respect, or maybe fear. We talked for an hour as I put the supplies away. He was an easy conversationalist, full of stories about the trails, the wildlife, and the characters who lived in the small towns at the foot of the mountains. He was a grounding force, and when his jeep disappeared back down the road, the silence that returned felt heavier, more profound. His visit had punctuated my isolation, making it more acute. Every morning for the next week, the fog was closer. It advanced with a terrifying consistency, a silent, inexorable tide of white. It swallowed the lower forest, then the mid-slopes. It crept up the game trails and service roads, erasing the world from the bottom up. My log entries became less academic. Day 15. The fog has reached the clearing at the base of the butte. It does not recede. The air is cold and the silence is absolute. I feel watched. Driven by a mixture of scientific curiosity and a growing, primal dread, I decided I had to see it up close. I needed a soil sample, a water reading, something tangible to explain this phenomenon. Armed with a collection kit and a heavy mag light, I descended the tower stairs, my boots clanging on the steel. The air grew colder with each step down. By the time I reached the ground, the temperature had dropped by at least 20 degrees. The fog was right there, a few dozen yards from the tower's concrete feet. It was a wall of opaque vapor, churning slowly. It wasn't just sight it affected, it muffled sound, creating a disorienting sense of sensory deprivation. I walked towards it, my heart hammering against my ribs. The ground was soft and muddy, saturated with a strange, cold dampness that had nothing to do with rain. And then I saw the tracks. They were pressed deep into the mud, leading out of the fog bank, and stopping just short of the tower's perimeter. They were huge, easily twice the size of a grizzly's paw print. The shape was all wrong. It was reptilian, with 3 long, claw-tipped toes and a heavy heel. But that wasn't the most disturbing part. Pressed into the edges of the impressions, caught in the damp earth, were clumps of dark, coarse fur. It was a biological contradiction, a melding of scales and hair, of reptile and mammal. It was something that should not exist. I forgot all about soil samples. I backed away slowly, my eyes locked on the spot, my mind reeling. The legend's a dragon-like creature with patches of fur. I scrambled back up the tower, my breath coming in ragged gasps, not stopping until I was safe in the glass box of the cab, the lock on the trapdoor securely bolted. That was yesterday. Chris is due back today. The fog is no longer at the edge of the clearing. It's here. It's swirling around the steel legs of my tower, licking at the first flight of stairs. The world below me is gone, erased by a white, silent sea. And through the thickest part of the mist, I can see a figure walking up the path. It's a silhouette, but it has the familiar shape and gait of Chris. He's right on time. But as I watch him emerge from the churning vapor, a cold certainty crystallizes in my gut. The legend says Amhuluk can change its shape, and I don't think the man walking towards my tower is Chris at all. My world had shrunk to the size of a glass box, 100 feet above a sea of white. Below, the figure that wore the face of Chris stopped directly at the base of the tower. It tilted its head back, and the movement was just a fraction too smooth, too fluid, like a CGI character, trying to mimic human motion. It cupped its hands around its mouth, a pantomime of projection in the dead, silent air. "Rowan, you in there?" The voice. It was terrifyingly perfect. It was Chris's voice, down to the slightly gravelly timbre and the easygoing cadence. It echoed upwards. Yet the fog seemed to swallow the sound greedily, preventing it from traveling any further. My hand hovered over the intercom button, my thumb slick with sweat. My own voice was a dry rasp when I finally spoke into the receiver. "Who are you?" The figure below chuckled. It was Chris's laugh.
What kind of question is that?
"It's me, Chris! Got your supplies? Sorry I'm a bit late." The fog was a real bear to drive through. "It's like soup out here." It gestured to the boxes and water, jugs resting on the ground nearby, seemingly untouched by the dampness that saturated everything else. They were a prop, a piece of stage dressing in this horrifying play. My academic mind, the part of me that had always sought rational explanations, was screaming. It was Chris. It had to be. I was isolated, sleep deprived, and letting the folklore get to me. This was how ghost stories worked, by preying on a suggestible mind. But my gut, a primal instinct, older than any book or theory knew better, the thing that stood below, was a predator wearing a flawless disguise. "Stay right where you are," I commanded, my voice shaking but firm. "Don't come any closer to the stairs." The Chris figure's smile faltered for a microsecond, a barely perceptible twitch. "Hey, man, what's going on? It's freezing down here. Let me just bring this stuff up and I'll be on my way. I even found that brand of coffee you like." It knew. Of course, it knew. The real Chris and I had talked about it. It was a small detail, a hook baited with familiarity, designed to reel me in. I looked through my binoculars, focusing on its face. The smile was back, plastered on, but the eyes were wrong. They were Chris's blue eyes, but they were flat, vacant, like glass marbles. They didn't blink. They just stared up at my window, reflecting the swirling white of the fog. "You're not Chris," I whispered, the words fogging the pane in front of me. "Rowan, you're not making any sense." The voice cajoled, a note of practiced concern entering its tone. "We talked about this, remember? About the Amhuluk. You were fascinated. You said you wanted to see proof. Well, here I am. Just a guy with your groceries. Let me in. Let's have a coffee, and you can tell me all about what's got you so spooked." It was a masterclass in manipulation. It was using my own research, my own words, against me. It was trying to make me believe I was the one who was irrational. For a terrifying moment, I wavered. What if I was wrong? What if this was just a poor, confused hiker who I was about to leave to freeze in the mist? Then I looked past the figure, down at the muddy ground around the tower's concrete footings. I saw my own boot prints from the day before. I saw the monstrous, fur-lined tracks that had sent me scrambling back to safety. And around the feet of the thing that called itself Chris, there was nothing. No new footprints. No impression in the soft earth. It stood upon the ground, but it left no mark, as if it weighed nothing at all. The illusion shattered. The doubt evaporated, replaced by a wave of pure, cold terror. "I see you," I said into the intercom, my voice low and trembling. "I see the tracks from yesterday, but I don't see yours." The smile on the face below vanished. It didn't fade. It was simply gone, as if a switch had been flipped. The face became a blank mask of flesh. The friendly posture slackened, and the thing stood with an unnatural stillness that was more menacing than any overt threat. The air grew heavy, the pressure against the glass of the cab increasing. I could hear the tower's steel frame begin to groan, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the floor and up my legs. The old stories are true, then, I stated, more to myself than to it. A creature of the fog. A shapeshifter. The thing below tilted its head again, and this time there was an audible crack, like wet wood snapping. Its voice, when it came again, was different. The warmth was gone, stripped away to reveal something ancient, cold, and utterly devoid of emotion. It was a hollow echo, the sound of water moving in a deep, dark cave. The door, Rowan. Open it. No. This tower is a cage of sticks. It cannot keep me out. It is only delaying the inevitable. You came here seeking knowledge. I am offering it to you. An answer to the question of what lies in the dark. Let me in. My mind raced through my research, through the dozens of Calapua narratives I had memorized. The Amhuluk was a water spirit. It drowned its victims. Its power was in the fog, in the moisture drawn from the lake. The stories often associated it with cold and dampness. What was the opposite of that? What was the one thing my job was designed to combat? Fire. My eyes darted to the emergency locker. Inside, alongside a first aid kit and extra batteries, was a flare gun. Standard equipment. A last-ditch signal for a fire I couldn't call in on the radio. The radio. I lunged for it, flicking the power switch and grabbing the handset. Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Clear Lake Lookout. Is anyone there? Over. Only static answered, a hissing, empty void. The fog was not just a visual obstruction, it was a dead zone, choking all communication. I was truly alone. A loud percussive bang jolted me from my panic. I looked down. The Chris figure had struck the base of the tower. A large dent had appeared in the thick steel of one of the support legs. It hadn't used its fist. It had simply laid its hand upon the metal, and the structure had buckled, as if hit by a sledgehammer. You are making this difficult. The hollow voice droned. It sounded bored, impatient. It took a step towards the nearest leg of the tower. It placed one foot on a crossbeam, then a hand. It was going to climb. 100 feet of open steel latticework separated us, but that felt like nothing now. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the low groan of the tower. I fumbled with the latch on the emergency locker, my fingers clumsy with fear. I pulled out the heavy, orange flare gun and a single, fat cartridge. I slammed the cartridge into the breech and snapped it shut. I ran to the catwalk that encircled the cab, the wind whipping at me, the fog cold and wet against my skin. It was like breathing water. I peered over the edge. The thing was ascending. It moved with an eerie spider-like grace, its limbs seeming to stretch and adhere to the cold steel. It was no longer trying to maintain the perfect illusion of Chris. Its form seemed to shimmer at the edges, the solid shape of the man I knew blurring into something else, something longer, thinner, with too many joints. A sound began to rise from the fog below, a chorus of faint, whispering voices that slithered and coiled around the tower. They were the voices of the drowned, the lost, the ones who had been lured into the cold embrace of the lake. I raised the flare gun, my arms trembling violently. It was a ridiculous weapon against a legend, a child's toy against a god of the mist. But it was all I had. The creature was 30 feet up, 40, 50. It was closing the distance with unnatural speed. I aimed for the center of its shifting mass, took a deep breath that did nothing to calm me, and pulled the trigger. The flare gun kicked back against my wrist with a solid, satisfying thud. For a heartbeat, there was only the whoosh of the projectile cutting through the dense air. Then it struck. The result was nothing like I could have ever imagined. It was not a simple impact. It was a detonation of light and sound. The magnesium flare, designed to burn at thousands of degrees, hit the creature's shifting form and ignited it. If the creature was made of fog and water, then the flare was its antithesis. It erupted in a blinding, furious starburst of white, hot fire. A scream tore through the air, a sound so fundamentally wrong that my brain struggled to process it. It was the shriek of a steam pipe bursting, the tearing of metal, and the raw, agonized cry of a living thing, all blended into one horrifying crescendo. The sound hammered at me, a physical force that made the tower tremble. The creature's form, which had been a shimmering distortion of Chris, was consumed by a column of brilliant, chemical fire. The illusion of a man was burned away in an instant, and for a terrifying second before it fell, I saw a glimpse of its true shape. It was a chaotic tangle of long, rope-like limbs, patches of wet, matted fur, and something that looked like a single, spiraling horn at the center of a featureless head. It was a thing of folklore made real, a nightmare given flesh and form, and it was burning. It released its grip on the tower and plummeted downwards, a living meteor trailing sparks and embers. It fell back into the sea of fog from which it came, and when it hit, the mist itself seemed to recoil. The white blanket below hissed, and boiled where the burning thing had landed, like water thrown onto a grease fire. A wave of superheated, foul, smelling steam billowed upwards, carrying the scent of ozone, burnt hair, and something else, like the stagnant lake bottom dredged up into the sun. I stood frozen on the catwalk, the empty flare gun still clutched in my hand. The whispers of the drowned had been silenced, replaced by the ringing in my own ears. The low groan of the tower had ceased. There was only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the furious, bubbling hiss from the fog below. I reloaded the gun with my last cartridge, my hands shaking so badly it took 3 attempts to seat the flare correctly. I waited, staring down into the roiling white, expecting the creature to ascend again, wreathed in flame and fury. But it did not. Slowly, painstakingly, the chaos below began to subside. The violent churning of the fog lessened, the hissing faded, and then something impossible began to happen. The fog began to retreat. It wasn't burning off or dissipating. It was pulling back, flowing away from the tower, and down the slopes of the butt with the same unnatural purpose with which it had arrived. It was like watching a tide go out, a slow, deliberate withdrawal. It flowed back towards the dark, still waters of Clear Lake, a wounded animal slinking back to its lair. As the fog receded, the world was returned to me piece by piece, First, the muddy clearing at the base of the tower, then the tree line, then the lower slopes. The oppressive silence was broken by the tentative chirp of a single bird, then another. The sun, which had been a pale, hazy disk, broke through the thinning haze, and its light felt like a physical blessing on my skin. Within an hour, the fog was gone, confined once more to a placid, innocuous-looking blanket on the surface of the lake far below. The sky was a brilliant, painful blue. The forest looked green and vibrant and achingly normal. The groceries Chris was supposed to have brought me were gone. I didn't sleep. I sat in my glass box, watching the lake, the flare gun resting on the table beside me. Every shadow, every gust of wind, every distant animal cry sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. The academic detachment I had cultivated for years was gone, burned away by what I had seen. The legends were not just stories. They were warnings. They were field guides to a world that existed just beyond the edges of our own, a world that was ancient, hungry, and hostile. My thesis, my research, my entire field of study, felt like the naive scribblings of a child who had been playing with matches in a munitions depot. The next morning, the sound of an engine was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. It wasn't a dusty green Jeep. It was a bright yellow Forest Service truck. A ranger, a woman with a kind, weathered face, looked up at me with concern. "Clear Lake Lookout. This is Ranger Evans. We lost contact with you for about 18 hours. Everything all right up there, Rowan?" My voice was a croak. I'm all right. There was a problem with the radio. I didn't tell her the truth. Who would believe me? They would have pulled me from my post, sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. My career, my credibility, everything would have been destroyed. I was the boy who cried monster, only my monster was real. I packed my essential gear, my notebooks, and my laptop. I told her the isolation was getting to me, that I needed to finish my research back at the university. She understood. It happened all the time, she said. Before I left, as the ranger was stowing my gear in the truck, I walked to the base of the tower one last time. The ground was still soft and damp. My footprints were there. The monstrous tracks were there, shallower now, washed by the dew, but still undeniably present. I followed them to where they emerged from the tree line. And there, caught on a low, hanging branch, was a single piece of physical evidence. It was a clump of coarse, dark fur matted together with a foul-smelling algae like slime. But woven into the fur were several long, iridescent filaments that shimmered like a fish's scale, shifting from green to blue in the morning light. It was a biological impossibility, a piece of something that should not exist. I carefully plucked it from the branch and sealed it in one of my sterile sample bags. I'm writing this from my apartment, hundreds of miles from Clear Lake, but the sample bag sits on my desk, a constant, terrifying reminder. My thesis is a lie. I write about the Amalek as a metaphor, a cultural construct representing the fear of the unknown. I do not write that it is a real, physical entity that can wear a dead man's face and climb a 100-foot tower. I do not write that I shot it, and that I saw it burn. But I know, and I know that it is wounded, not dead. The legends say it is a spirit of the lake, as ancient as the mountains themselves. You cannot kill a thing like that with a simple flare. Every night, I look at the weather reports for that region of Oregon, and every few days, the forecast mentions unusually dense, localized fog banks forming over Clear Lake. It's healing. It's waiting. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my very soul, that it remembers my name. My official title is Lookout Specialist, which sounds far grander than the reality of the job. My name is Maeve Callahan, and for the past 3 months, my world has been a 7 by 7 foot room enclosed in glass, perched atop a 100-foot steel tower. This is the Thielsen Peak Lookout, my lonely kingdom in the heart of Oregon's Siuslaw National Forest. The Forest Service application asked for my reasons for seeking such an isolated post. I wrote about a deep appreciation for nature, a desire for solitude, and a commitment to conservation. All true but incomplete. The full truth is that I was running. I was fleeing the suffocating noise of Portland, the ghosts of a failed relationship that seemed to haunt every street corner, and the crushing weight of a life I no longer recognized as my own. I needed to be somewhere the city couldn't reach me, somewhere I could finally breathe. And breathe, I did. The air up here is different, thin and sharp, scented with pine and damp earth, and carrying the faint, briny tang of the Pacific Ocean, which lies just over the coastal range. My days fall into a comfortable, meditative rhythm. I wake with the sun, its first rays painting the eastern sky in hues of soft pink and fiery orange. My first task is always the same, a 360-degree sweep of the horizon with my binoculars. I check for the telltale wisps of smoke, the first sign of a fire that could devour this ancient landscape. I log weather conditions, wind speed, and humidity. The work is methodical, repetitive, and deeply calming. The forest is a living, breathing entity, and my job is to be its silent, watchful guardian. My tower stands on the highest peak for miles around. Below me, the forest unfurls like a vast, textured blanket of green. Douglas fir, western hemlock, and Sitka spruce crowd together in a dense, unbroken canopy. Rivers carve silver ribbons through the valleys, and on the clearest of days, my gaze can travel all the way to the coast. There, a tiny white spike against the blue expanse of the ocean, is the Heceta Head Lighthouse. Even before I arrived, I had read about the lighthouse. It's a local landmark, famous not just for its powerful beam, but for its resident ghost. They call her the Woman in Gray, or sometimes Rue. The stories are a staple of coastal folklore, told to tourists and passed down through generations. They say she was the wife of a lighthouse keeper who lost her child in a tragic accident. Now, her sorrowful spirit wanders the lighthouse grounds, a harmless, melancholy presence. I found the tale quaint, a piece of local color that added to the mystique of the region. From my perch miles away, the lighthouse was just a picturesque feature on the horizon, its ghost story a distant, harmless myth. For the first few weeks, the silence was absolute, broken only by the wind whistling through the tower's steel legs and the occasional caw of a raven. I felt the city's noise finally draining from my system, replaced by a profound sense of peace. I was alone, but not lonely. The forest was my companion, its moods and seasons a constant source of fascination. But then, about 3 nights ago, something changed. It was a perfectly clear evening. The sun had set, and the sky was a deep, star-dusted indigo. The lighthouse beam began its rhythmic sweep across the sea and land. As I did my final scan of the evening, I pointed my binoculars toward the coast out of habit. The light from the beacon illuminated the lighthouse's catwalk in a brief, brilliant flash, and in that flash, I saw her, a figure. It was tall and slender, draped in something that looked gray and indistinct in the fleeting light. It stood perfectly still on the narrow walkway, facing inland, facing me. My heart gave a sudden, sharp jolt. I told myself it was a tourist, someone who had stayed after closing to watch the sunset. But there was a stillness to the figure, an unnatural rigidity that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I kept the binoculars trained on the spot, waiting for the light to sweep past again. When it did, the figure was still there, unmoving. A trick of the light, I told myself. A play of shadows and fog from the ocean. I packed away my gear, trying to shake off the unease, dismissing it as a product of my isolated imagination. The next night, I felt a strange compulsion to look again. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach as I raised the binoculars to my eyes. I scanned the lighthouse, my breath held tight in my chest. The catwalk was empty. A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it made me feel foolish for my earlier fear. Of course, it was nothing. I laughed at myself, a dry, quiet sound in the confines of my small room. My paranoia had gotten the better of me. Feeling lighter, I decided to do a slow, leisurely scan of the forest, enjoying the deep twilight. I traced the line of the river in the valley below, followed the ridges of the hills as they rolled toward the sea. My gaze swept over the impossibly dense old-growth forest that separated my mountain from the coast. And then I stopped. My blood didn't just run cold, it felt like it turned to ice in my veins. There, a tiny shape almost lost in the vast sea of trees. It was gray. It was upright, and it was moving. My mind scrambled to find a rational explanation. A hiker. Impossible. There were no trails in that section of the forest. It was a protected, primordial wilderness. A tangled mess of fallen giants, thorny undergrowth, and treacherous, moss-covered terrain that even the most experienced woodsman avoided. A deer. A bear. No, the shape was too tall, too slender. Its movement too deliberate. It didn't bound or lumber. It glided. I fumbled with the focus dial on my binoculars, my hands shaking so badly it took me a moment to get a clear image. The figure was the same one I had seen at the lighthouse. A tall, gray shape, now horribly out of place in the deep woods. It moved through the dense forest with an eerie, unnatural grace, unimpeded by the thick brush and fallen logs that would have stopped any person. And then the true horror of the situation crashed down on me with the force of a physical blow. I traced its path. It wasn't wandering aimlessly. It was moving in a perfectly straight line. A straight line that began at the coast, at the Heseda Head Lighthouse, and ended at the base of my mountain. It was walking directly toward me. She had left her home, and she was coming to mine. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, my binoculars in my lap, staring out at the black expanse of the forest. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was out there, moving through darkness with that same relentless, silent purpose. The comforting solitude of my tower had transformed into a terrifying vulnerability. The glass walls that offered me a panoramic view of my domain now felt like a fragile cage, exposing me to the vast, menacing wilderness. Last night, I saw her again. She had covered an astonishing amount of ground. She was at the river at the bottom of the valley, a gray silhouette standing at the water's edge. For a moment, I prayed she would be stopped, that the rushing water would be an impassable barrier. But then, she simply stepped into the current and glided across to the other side, her movement as smooth and unhindered as if she were walking on pavement. She was on my side of the river now. She was closer. Every time the sun sets, The dread returns, a cold, heavy blanket that smothers all other thoughts. I keep telling myself it's not real, that I'm exhausted, that my mind is playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw. I know she is out there. The woman in gray has left her lighthouse, and every night she gets closer to my tower. And I have nowhere to run. Sleep is a luxury I can no longer afford. The past 48 hours have bled into one long, continuous stretch of caffeine-fueled paranoia. Every creak of the tower, every gust of wind that rattles the window panes, sends a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. My eyes burn from staring into the darkness, and my hands have a permanent tremor. The rising sun brings no relief, only a harsh, gray light that exposes my exhaustion. The forest, once my sanctuary, now feels like a cage, and I am the bait. Yesterday, I spent the entire day with the binoculars pressed to my face, scanning the dense woods at the base of my mountain. I saw nothing. No flicker of gray, no unnatural movement. The forest was still, deceptively peaceful. For a few desperate hours, I allowed myself to believe I had imagined it all. That the stress of solitude had finally cracked me open and poured in hallucinations. I was just another cliché, the lookout driven mad by isolation. The thought was terrifying, but it was less terrifying than the alternative. My radio, my only link to the outside world, crackled to life at precisely 8:00 a.m. for my daily check-in. Tilson Peak, this is dispatch. Morning, Maeve. How's the world looking from up on high? It was Dave, my supervisor. His voice, usually a comforting, mundane presence, now sounded like it was coming from another planet. I tried to keep my own voice steady, to sound normal. Morning, Dave. All clear. Visibility is about 80 miles. Wind out of the northwest at 5 knots. Good copy. Everything quiet on your end? Here it was. My chance. I could tell him. I could scream into the microphone that a ghost was methodically stalking me through a national forest. But how could I say that without sounding insane? Actually, Dave, a bit of a strange question for you. I began, my attempt at casualness sounding strained even to my own ears. Have there been any reports of hikers off trail in the old growth sector between here and the coast? There was a pause. I could picture him in his comfortable office in Eugene, a coffee mug in his hand, frowning slightly. Negative, Maeve. That's a protected research area. No public access. We'd know if a biologist or a survey team was out there. Why do you ask? My heart hammered against my ribs. No reason. Just thought I saw something moving out there the other night. Probably just a deer. A deer with a backpack and a death wish. Maybe. Dave chuckled. That's rough country. You're probably just getting a little cabin fever. Seeing things in the shadows. It happens to the best of us. Make sure you're getting enough sleep up there, Callahan. His words, meant to be reassuring, felt like a dismissal. He didn't believe me. Or rather, he believed I was losing my mind, which was worse. I was truly on my own. Will do, Dave. Thielson Peak clear. The silence that followed was heavier than before. The radio, my lifeline, had offered no help. The rational world had turned its back on me. My fear was my own, a secret I had to carry alone in my glass box in the sky. The day dragged on. I went through the motions of my job, my eyes constantly straying to the tree line below. The sun crawled across the sky, its warmth never reaching me. As twilight began to bleed across the horizon, the dread returned, coiling in my gut like a cold serpent. Tonight, she would be closer. I knew it with a certainty that defied all logic. She was no longer just in the forest. She was on the mountain. My mountain. I made a pot of coffee so strong it was almost undrinkable, the bitter liquid a poor substitute for courage. The sun dipped below the coastal range, and the world was plunged into shades of purple and black. The Heceta Head Lighthouse began its nightly ritual, its beam a stark, lonely metronome counting down the seconds of my life. I didn't look at it. I didn't need to. I knew its catwalk was empty. Its ghost was no longer in residence. I focused my binoculars on the steep, wooded slope directly below my tower. The access road. A narrow dirt track snaked its way up the mountain, ending at a small clearing 100 yards below my position. From there, it was just the tower's 100-foot steel skeleton and the spiral staircase that clung to it like a metal vine. I scanned the trees, my breath fogging the lenses, and then I heard it. It wasn't a sound from the forest. It wasn't the wind or an animal. It came from within the tower, a low, soft, humming sound. It was a woman's voice humming a tune I didn't recognize. A lullaby, perhaps. It was faint, almost subliminal, but it was undeniably there. It seemed to come from the very steel of the tower, vibrating up through the floorboards, through the soles of my feet, and into my bones. Panic, stark and absolute, seized me. I scrambled backward, tripping over my own feet and crashing against the far wall. The sound didn't stop. It was soft, melodic, and filled with an ancient, unbearable sorrow. She was here, not at the base of the mountain. She was on the tower. My mind reeled. How could she be on the tower? I would have seen her. I would have heard her on the metal stairs. The humming continued, a constant, mournful thrum that vibrated through my teeth. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did no good. The sound wasn't just in the air, it was inside my head. Tears of terror streamed down my face. I was trapped. 100 feet up, with a locked hatch at the bottom of the stairs, but it meant nothing. Locks and steel were no obstacle for her. She had walked through a forest that would tear a living person to shreds. She had crossed a river as if it were a summer lawn. A metal staircase would be nothing. Slowly, shakily, I forced myself to my feet. I had to look. I had to know. My body screamed at me to stay huddled in the corner, to shut my eyes and wait for the morning. But I couldn't. The not knowing was its own form of torture. My legs felt like lead as I crept back to the window. The humming grew slightly louder, the melody becoming clearer. It was a simple, repetitive tune, the kind of thing a mother would sing to a restless child. A child who would never wake up. I wiped the condensation from the glass with my sleeve and peered down. The small clearing at the base of the tower was bathed in the pale, ethereal glow of starlight. It was empty. The access road was a dark, silent ribbon. There was nothing there. Was the sound just in my head? Was Dave right? Was I finally, completely, losing my grip on reality? And then I saw her. She wasn't in the clearing. She was standing at the edge of the woods, just where the trees met the dirt road. A tall, slender figure, utterly still. The woman in gray. Her form was clearer now, less a shape and more a person. I could see the long, simple dress, the way it hung on her frame. I could see that her head was tilted slightly, as if she were listening. As if she were listening to the humming that now filled my world. As I watched, paralyzed, she raised her head. Even from 100 feet up, I felt her gaze lock onto me. There was no face, just a pale, blurry oval, but I knew she was looking right at me, through the glass, into my soul. She took a single, gliding step out of the tree line and into the clearing. Then another. She moved across the open ground toward the base of my tower. The humming stopped. The sudden, absolute silence was more shocking than the sound had been. She reached the massive concrete footing of the tower's northwest leg. She stopped directly beneath it and stood there, looking up. My breath hitched in my throat. My heart felt like it was going to explode. This was it. She was here. Then she did something that shattered the last remnants of my sanity. She raised a long, pale hand, and with a slowness that was agonizing to watch, she reached out and placed her palm flat against the cold, hard steel of the tower. I didn't hear a sound. I felt it. A deep, resonant, vibrated up through the entire structure. It wasn't a noise, it was a physical concussion. A wave of pure, malevolent cold that slammed into me, knocking me off my feet. The single lamp in my room flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. And from the silence below, a new sound began. The rhythmic, metallic scrape of a footstep on the first rung of the spiral staircase. She was coming up. Time ceased to have meaning. There was only the sound. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Pause. The rhythmic, metallic report of a footstep on the grated steel of the spiral staircase. It was agonizingly slow. Each step a deliberate, measured beat in a funeral dirge composed just for me. The sound echoed in the sudden, profound darkness of my room. A darkness broken only by the cold, distant starlight. My body was frozen, locked in a state of pure, primal terror. I was 100 feet in the air, trapped in a glass cage, and something was climbing up to meet me. My mind, which had been screaming in a silent, frantic loop, finally latched onto a single, coherent thought: the hatch. The square trapdoor in the floor was my only point of entry. It was heavy, solid steel, secured from the inside by a thick, sliding bolt. It was the only thing between me and the sound. A surge of desperate energy broke my paralysis. I scrambled across the floor, my hands fumbling in the dark for the familiar bolt. My fingers found the cold metal. I shot it home, the heavy thunk echoing the final nail in a coffin. My coffin. It was a pathetic gesture, a child's defense against the monster under the bed, but it was all I had. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. She was halfway up. The sound was closer now, clearer. It wasn't the sound of a boot on steel. It was lighter, a bare, dragging sound. The sound of something that didn't need shoes. I backed away from the hatch, my eyes wide in the gloom, trying to find something, anything, to use as a weapon. My gaze fell on the fire axe, clipped to its emergency bracket by the door. I lunged for it, my clumsy fingers struggling with the clasp. It came free, heavy and solid in my trembling hands. I held it in front of me, a useless talisman against a foe that steel could not touch. I retreated to the farthest corner of the room, making myself as small as possible, the axe held tight against my chest. My back was pressed against the cold glass. There was nowhere else to go. All I could do was wait and listen. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. The sound stouts that descended was 1,000 times worse than the noise it replaced. It was a heavy, expectant silence. A predator's pause before the final strike. She was there, right underneath the floor, right below the hatch. I held my breath, listening. My ears strained, picking up only the frantic thumping of my own heart and the low whistle of the wind outside. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Nothing happened. Maybe she couldn't get in. Maybe the lock had stopped her. A sliver of insane hope began to dawn in my shattered mind. Then, The center of the steel hatch began to bulge downward. It moved slowly, without a sound, like metal softening into clay. The thick steel plate, designed to withstand the elements and the weight of a person, warped as if under immense, silent pressure. The sliding bolt I had trusted groaned, the metal screeching in protest as it bent within its housing. A single, pale finger pushed through the now distorted gap between the door and the frame. Then another, and another, long, slender, and unnaturally white in the dim light. They curled around the edge of the hatch, their grip seemingly effortless. With a final, wrenching shriek of tortured metal, the bolt snapped. The hatch was thrown open, not with a bang, but with a slow, deliberate swing, as if pushed by a gentle breeze. It slammed against the wall, and she rose into the room. The stories, the folklore, they got it all wrong. They called her the woman in gray, a harmless, sorrowful spirit. They didn't mention the cold. It was a physical presence, a wave of absolute, grave, deep cold that washed over me, stealing the air from my lungs and frosting the edges of the windows. They didn't mention the smell, either. The scent of damp earth, of salt, and of something else, the faint, metallic tang of old grief, like rust. She stood in the center of the room, her form coalescing in the darkness. She was tall, taller than I had realized. Her gray dress little more than tattered shrouds that drifted around her as if in an unfelt wind. Her hair was long and dark, clinging to her form like seaweed. But her face was a smooth, featureless oval of pale light. There were no eyes to see with, no mouth to scream with. There was only a blank, luminous emptiness that radiated a sorrow so profound it was a physical force. It pressed down on me, a crushing weight of despair that made my own fears feel small and insignificant. I raised the axe, my arms shaking uncontrollably. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice a pathetic croak. The blank face turned toward me. She didn't seem to see the axe. She didn't seem to see me at all. She was looking past me, through me. Her purpose wasn't here, in this room, with me. I was just an obstacle, an insect in her path. She took a slow, gliding step toward the large, panoramic window that faced the coast. I flinched, but she passed by me as if I weren't there. The cold intensified as she moved, and the glass in the window pane nearest her began to crack, fine, spidery lines spreading out from a point at her eye level. She stopped at the window, her back to me. She raised a long, pale arm and pointed a single, trembling finger toward the horizon, toward the distant, rhythmic pulse of the Heseda Head lighthouse. And in that moment, I finally understood. She hadn't come for me. She hadn't come to haunt or to harm. She had come for the view. She was a creature of sorrow and solitude, forever bound to her lighthouse, her lonely vigil. But something had drawn her away. Me, my presence here, in this tower, another lonely soul in another lonely tower, had been like a siren's call to her own grief. She had left her home, crossing miles of impassable terrain, not to claim me, but to claim this place. A new lighthouse from which to continue her eternal watch. She didn't want to hurt me. She didn't even know I was here. But her sorrow was a poison. It was leaching into the very structure of the tower, the steel groaning under the strain of it. The air was becoming unbreathable, thick with a cold that was freezing me from the inside out. If I stayed, I would die. Not by her hand, but by her very presence. I would become just another part of the ghost story. I had to get out. Dropping the useless axe with a clatter, I turned and ran. I scrambled for the open hatch, not daring to look back. I threw myself through the opening, my feet finding the top of the spiral staircase. I didn't go down carefully. I half fell, half slid down the metal steps, my hands scraping against the railing. The entire tower was vibrating now, a low, resonant hum that I felt in my teeth, in my bones. It was the sound of her humming, the lullaby I had heard before, now amplified through 100 feet of steel. It was the sound of her settling in. I reached the bottom, my legs shaking, my lungs burning. I didn't stop. I ran out into the clearing and plunged into the darkness of the access road, my bare feet pounding against the cold, hard-packed dirt. I ran without thinking, fueled by a terror that had burned away every other thought. I didn't look back. I knew I would see her standing in the glass room at the top of the tower, a pale, lonely light against the stars, claiming her new kingdom. I don't know how long I ran. I just know that the sun was rising when I stumbled out of the forest and onto the asphalt of the coastal highway. A logging truck driver found me, incoherent and blue with cold. They said I was lucky to be alive. They blamed it on stress, on isolation. A psychotic break. When a rescue team finally reached the Thielsen Peak lookout 2 days later, they found the place uninhabitable. The windows were shattered, and the steel frame was warped and stressed in ways no engineer could explain. They closed it down for good. I left Oregon. I moved to a small town in the desert, 1,000 miles from the ocean, 1,000 miles from any forest. I live in a house with no high windows, but sometimes on the clearest nights, I look up at the stars, and I can almost feel it. A deep, resonant cold. A sorrow that isn't mine. And I know she is still there, in her tower on the mountain, a lonely ghost watching a distant, lonely light forever. My name is Marcus Thorne. For 12 years, my world was the structured, unforgiving landscape of the United States Army. I was an infantryman, a specialist in reconnaissance, spending long, silent hours watching lines on a map become tangible threats in the dust and rock of foreign lands. The Army gives you a purpose and a rhythm, a cadence that beats under your skin, long after you've turned in your uniform. When my time was done, the civilian world felt loud, chaotic. The rhythm was gone, replaced by a cacophony of choices I didn't want, and a kind of freedom that felt more like being adrift. So, I sought out the quiet. I found it here, in a steel and glass box perched on stilts, 100 feet above the dense, damp floor of the Clatsop State Forest in Oregon. Officially, I'm a fire lookout. My job is to watch the endless sea of Douglas fir and Sitka spruce for the first telltale wisp of smoke, to be the lonely sentinel against catastrophe. The discipline, the solitude, the long periods of intense observation. It was the closest I could get to my old life without having to carry a rifle. My tower, Outpost Juniper, overlooks a particularly historic stretch of the forest. Below me, hidden by the thick canopy, are the old, winding paths that once served Fort Stevens. The fort itself is a relic, a concrete skeleton slowly being reclaimed by the relentless green of the Pacific Northwest. I'd read the pamphlets, heard the talk in the nearest town. Every old military installation has its ghost stories, a kind of spiritual residue left behind by the thousands of young men who drilled and slept and feared there. They talk of a shadowy figure in the old batteries, of whispers on the wind near the barracks. I filed it away as local color, the kind of thing you tell tourists to sell postcards. In my experience, The real ghosts are the ones you carry inside you. Life in the tower is methodical, and I like it that way. The sun rises, I make my coffee, and I begin my sweep. North, east, south, west. I scan the horizon with a pair of military-grade binoculars, the same model I used overseas. I note changes in the weather, the movement of animal herds, the occasional glint of a hiker's water bottle on a distant trail. I make my radio checks at 0800, 1200, and 1600 hours. My voice is small, tinny intrusion into the vast silence. I keep a meticulous log, every observation recorded in neat block letters. The routine is a fortress against the unstructured wilderness of time. It was a week ago, during my late afternoon sweep, that I first saw him. He was on one of the old fort trails, a path barely visible from my vantage point, choked with ferns and fallen logs. My binoculars found him by chance, a flicker of movement against the deep green. He was a soldier. There was no mistaking it. He wore old-style fatigues, the kind I'd only seen in photographs from the Vietnam era. A stark, olive drab that didn't quite belong in the modern world. He carried no pack, just a rifle held at a perfect low, ready position. What struck me most was his bearing. His back was ramrod straight, his pace measured and steady. It was a patrol walk, a gait drilled into muscle and bone through endless repetition. Every line of his body screamed discipline. I watched him for 10 minutes as he moved along the trail, never stumbling, never breaking his rhythm, until the forest swallowed him whole. My first thought was rational. A historical reenactor, perhaps, or a veteran from that era reliving his youth in the woods. It was strange, certainly, to be out here alone in full kit, but not impossible. I made a note in my log. 17-20, unidentified male in vintage military attire on Trail 7. Appears to be patrolling. No signs of distress. It felt foolish to write, but my training demanded I record any anomaly. The next day he was there again. Same time, same trail, same unwavering pace. And the day after that, he became a part of my routine. I'd finish my afternoon check, pour a cup of coffee, and turn my binoculars to Trail 7. Waiting. He was always there, as predictable as the setting sun. I started calling him the sentry. There was a strange comfort in it, a sense of shared, silent duty across the decades. I was in my tower, he was on his trail, both of us watching over the same quiet piece of land. I told myself it was just an eccentric local, and left it at that. But then his route changed. It was on the 4th day that I noticed it. He started on Trail 7 as usual, but instead of following it to its end, he took an old, barely, there fork that led him 100 yards further north before he disappeared. A minor deviation. Insignificant, I thought. But my reconnaissance training, the part of my brain wired to see patterns, pricked up. The next night, he did it again. Only this time he pushed the boundary another 100 yards. He was no longer just walking a path. He was executing a maneuver. I pulled out an old topographical map of the area and a grease pencil. I marked his original road in black. I marked the new deviations in red. A cold knot began to form in my stomach. He was expanding his patrol perimeter. Methodically. Each night, he secured a new piece of territory, widening his circle in a perfect, logical progression. The local legends I had so easily dismissed started to whisper at the edge of my thoughts. The ghost of Fort Stevens. But this wasn't some hazy, indistinct specter. This was a soldier. And he was behaving exactly as a soldier would when securing an operational area in hostile territory. The rational explanations were becoming thin. A reenactor wouldn't be this dedicated. this precise, this relentless. And he was utterly alone in one of the most remote parts of the forest. Last night, his route took him further than ever before. I watched, my coffee forgotten, as he followed the red line I had predicted on my map. The line ended at the base of the gravel access road that led to my tower. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was a slow, heavy beat. A drum counting down to something I didn't understand. He walked to the edge of the tree line, his boots stopping just short of the gravel. He stood there for a full minute, a statue of military perfection. And then, for the first time in a week of observation, he broke his protocol. He lifted his head, his face obscured by the shadow of his helmet in the distance, and looked directly up at my tower. He looked directly at me. A shock went through me, cold and electric. The glass and steel of my outpost no longer felt like a shelter. It felt like a cage. I was no longer the observer. I was the observed. He had been aware of me all along. This entire week-long exercise, he had been mapping his way to me. After what felt like an eternity, he lowered his head, executed a flawless about-face, and walked back into the forest. His patrol for the night concluded. I didn't sleep last night. I sat with my map, the red lines looking like veins spreading across the paper, all leading here. He isn't a ghost haunting a place. He's a soldier securing an objective. He's methodical. He's disciplined. He's ensuring his perimeter is clear before he makes his final approach. And as I sit here now, with the evening light beginning to fade, and the shadows of the great firs stretching like fingers across the land, I know with a certainty that chills me to the bone that my tower will be the next stop on his patrol. Tonight, he's coming up the road. Darkness doesn't creep into the Clatsop forest. It floods it the moment the sun dips below the horizon. The light is siphoned from the world with an abrupt finality, leaving only deep, black pools of shadow that swallow everything. For me, darkness was an old friend, a canvas I had used to hide and move within. But tonight it felt different. It felt like a curtain, poised to rise on the final, terrifying act of a play. I didn't turn on the tower lights. To do so would be to paint a target on myself. I stood in the center of the cold room, the grease-penciled topo map still on my desk. Those red lines seemed to glow in the fading twilight. They were a battle plan, one that led directly to my door. My military instincts took over. My mind shifted from a state of confused fear to one of cold, operational readiness. I did a mental inventory of my gear. A sharp survival knife, a high lumen flashlight, the small hatchet I used for kindling, and the radio sitting on my desk like a useless talisman. What would I say to dispatch? I'm about to have a visitor, and he's a ghost. They'd send someone for me, but they'd be wearing white coats, not ranger uniforms. Every sound in the forest was magnified. The wind hissing through the firs sounded like whispers. A branch snapping in the distance made my heart hammer against my ribs. I moved silently around the perimeter of the tower, using the darkness to my advantage, observing from each window. I was a reconnaissance specialist being hunted. I knew what to look for: unnatural movement, a shape that didn't belong. But I saw nothing but swaying trees and deepening black. And then I heard it. The crunch, crunch, crunch. It wasn't the random shuffle of an animal in the undergrowth. This was the steady, rhythmic cadence of combat boots grinding on the gravel of the access road. The sound grew louder, its pace unhurried and unwavering. It was the walk of a sentry, the walk of a man on patrol. and he was coming right for the base of my tower. I held my breath, my fingertips numb with cold. I raised my binoculars, but it was useless. It was too dark to see anything clearly. The footsteps stopped directly below. I pictured him there, standing, looking up at where he knew I was, just as he had the night before. But this time, he didn't turn back. A metallic sound echoed in the night air. A heavy, distinct clang. He was on the first step of the stairs. Clang the second step. Clang the third. Each step was a hammer blow on a coffin nail. Louder, closer. I backed away from the door to the center of the room. My hand gripping the hatchet so tightly, my knuckles were white. The entire tower vibrated faintly with each footfall, as if his weight wasn't that of a single man, but of history, of a memory that refused to fade. The steps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the ringing metal. He was at my door. He was standing on the platform less than 3 feet away, with only a thin sheet of wood between us. I stared at the doorknob, waiting for it to turn, waiting for a fist to hammer against the frame, for a shouted command. But there was nothing. The silence stretched. Minutes crawled by. I stood like a statue, barely daring to breathe. I could feel his presence. I could feel his focused intent bleeding through the door. It wasn't malice. It wasn't anger. It was expectation. As if he wasn't here to harm me, but to complete a task, and I was part of it. Steeling myself, I crept to the door, pressing my ear against the cool wood. I heard no breathing, no rustle of clothing. Nothing. But I knew he was there. In a surge of desperate courage, I whispered, my voice a dry rasp. "What do you want?" No answer. I tried again, a little louder. "This is government property. You're trespassing." The silence was his only reply. I waited for what felt like an eternity, until the tension in my muscles became a burning ache. Finally, mentally exhausted, I backed away to my desk and sank into my chair, my eyes still locked on the door. I would not look away. It was then that a flicker of movement caught my eye. It was at the window next to the door. On the dusty, pollen-coated glass, something was appearing. A single finger was slowly dragging through the grime on the outside, leaving a clean, dark track in its wake. My eyes widened in a mixture of disbelief and terror. The finger moved with precision, with purpose. It drew the first letter L, then a period. Then the second letter B, LB. The finger held there for a moment before slowly retracting into the darkness. The mark it left on the glass looked like a scar on the skin of my tower. I heard the footsteps again, the faint clang of his boots descending the stairs. The sound receded down the gravel road until it was swallowed by the ambient noise of the forest night. He had left me alone with the silence and 2 letters etched on my window. I scrambled to the window, peering out into the blackness, but he was gone, as if he had never been there at all. But the proof remained. LB. I didn't sleep that night. I turned on every light in the tower, casting a sterile, defiant glare into the empty dark. The fear had curdled into something else now, a burning curiosity, an urgent need to understand. This wasn't a random haunting. It was a communication, a message sent from the other side of time. He hadn't come to scare me. He had come to tell me something. I fired up my solar-powered laptop. The satellite internet connection was slow and unreliable, but tonight it was my lifeline. I opened a search engine, my fingers trembling slightly as I typed in the queries: Fort Stevens Soldiers Vietnam List and Oregon Military Casualties LB. Pages of results appeared, most of it generic history about the fort. articles about historical reenactment groups. But then I saw it. A link to an archived online database. A project run by a local historical society to document every soldier who had ever served at Fort Stevens. I clicked and began to search. I narrowed it down by the era that would match his uniform, the late 1960s and early 1970s. Hundreds of names scrolled by. I scanned them, my heart jumping at every last name that started with a B. And then I found it. Bainbridge Leon. Corporal Leon Bainbridge, U.S. Army. Stationed at Fort Stevens for advanced training before his deployment to Vietnam in 1971. There was a small, black and white photograph next to the name. It was a young man with serious, determined eyes, wearing the same style of helmet I had seen in the forest. I scrolled down to read more, and the last sentence turned my blood to ice. Corporal Bainbridge was declared missing in action during a night patrol exercise in the Clatsop State Forest on October 12, 1971. An extensive search found no trace of him. He was later presumed killed. He didn't die in Vietnam. He disappeared right here, in this forest, the one I was supposed to be watching. He hadn't been patrolling some foreign jungle. He had never left. He was still on patrol, and his patrol wasn't over. The first light of dawn crept into the tower, casting long, gray shadows that seemed to retreat from the harsh electric glare of the lamps. I'd left on all night. The name on my laptop screen, Leon Bainbridge, felt more real than anything else in the room. It was a name with weight, a life cut short, a duty left unfinished. The fear that had held me in its icy grip for days had finally broken, replaced by a cold, clear sense of purpose. This was no longer a haunting. It was a mission. A soldier was lost behind enemy lines, and I was the only one who knew it. The enemy, in this case, was time itself. I shut down the laptop and walked over to the topographical map. The red grease, pencil lines weren't just a ghost's wanderings anymore. They were the last known movements of a U.S. Army corporal. I studied the path, my own reconnaissance training kicking in. Bainbridge hadn't been walking in circles. His expanding perimeter wasn't random. It was a classic search pattern, the kind you use when you're looking for something specific. But the official report said he was on a routine patrol. So, what was he looking for? Or had he found something he wasn't supposed to? The report stated he disappeared on October 12, 1971. I cross-referenced the date with the old weather logs, stored in a dusty binder in the corner. The entry for that night was brief but telling. Heavy rains from 2200 Hz. Flash flood warnings issued for low-lying areas. A new theory began to form in my mind. Bainbridge wasn't just patrolling. Something happened out there. Something that the storm covered up. His spirit wasn't just haunting the forest. It was trying to complete its final report. For 50 years, he had been trying to show someone what he'd found, or what had found him. His patrol wasn't over because his objective was never secured. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't wait for him to come to me again. I had to go to him. I had to walk his route. My preparations were methodical, driven by the muscle memory of my old life. I filled my pack not as a fire lookout, but as an infantryman. A full canteen, high-energy rations, a first aid kit, a compass, and my high-lumen flashlight. I strapped the hatchet to the side of the pack. I grabbed the radio handset. Outpost Juniper to base, I said, my voice steady. Go for base, Juniper. You're early today, Marcus. I'm going to be leaving the tower for a few hours, heading down to ground level to investigate a potential ground fire hazard I spotted yesterday. Some deadfall near Trail 7 looks unstable. It was a plausible lie. Roger that, Marcus. Keep your radio on. Call in when you're back at the tower. Juniper out. I left the lights on in the tower. A beacon of civilization I hoped I'd be returning to. As I stepped out onto the platform, the morning air was crisp and cold. The initials LB were still there on the window, a silent testament to the night's events. I descended the metal stairs, the clang, clang. Clang of my own boots, a conscious echo of his. On the ground, the forest was a different world. From the tower, it was a map, an abstract sea of green. Down here, it was a living, breathing entity, a cathedral of ancient trees that blocked out the sky. I found the start of his final, expanded patrol route and began to walk. I didn't need the map anymore. I could feel the path, a subtle indentation in the earth, a faint energy left behind by his 50 years of relentless marching. I walked for over an hour, moving deeper into the wilderness than I ever had before. The forest grew thicker, the trail less defined. I felt a palpable sense of presence, but it wasn't threatening. It was guiding. The whisper of the wind through the pines seemed to urge me forward. A raven flew from a branch ahead, landing on another further down the path, as if showing me the way. I was walking with Corporal Bainbridge. His path led me away from the established trails and into a part of the forest marked on my map with a cluster of tight, jagged contour lines, indicating a steep, rocky area. It was a place hikers would avoid, a place where the ground was treacherous. It was here that the feeling, the sense of his presence, was strongest. I found it at the base of a sheer rock face, almost completely hidden by a thick growth of ferns and sallow bushes. It was a fissure, a narrow crack in the rock, not much wider than a man's shoulders. A landslide, probably from the heavy rains that night in '71, had covered most of it, leaving only this small opening. A blast of cold, musty air flowed out from it, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. My heart pounded. This was it. This was the objective. I unstrapped the flashlight from my pack, its powerful beam cutting into the darkness. I squeezed through the opening. The fissure opened into a small cave, no larger than my room in the tower. And there, in the center of the cave, was what was left of Corporal Leon Bainbridge. He was lying against the far wall, his skeletal form still clad in the tattered remains of his fatigues. His helmet was on the ground beside him, and his M16 rifle was cradled in his arms, its metal rusted but its shape unmistakable. Around his neck, on a corroded chain, hung two small pieces of metal. His dog tags. I knelt beside him, the beam of my flashlight holding him in a solitary spotlight. I could see it all now. He must have been using the cave as a temporary shelter from the storm when the landslide hit, trapping him. He hadn't been killed by an enemy. He'd been taken by the forest itself. For 50 years, he had been on patrol, trying to lead someone here, trying to report his position. Gently, reverently, I reached out and took the dog tags. They were cold to the touch. I stood up, my duty clear. I walked back to the mouth of the cave, into the pale light of the forest, and raised the radio to my lips. My thumb pressed the transmit button. Juniper to base. Go ahead, Marcus. Everything all right? I took a deep breath. I've found something. I've located the remains of a soldier. I paused, the words catching in my throat. It's Corporal Leon Bainbridge. He's been here the whole time. Silence on their end of the radio. Then a stunned voice. Say again, Juniper. Corporal Bainbridge. I've found him, I said, my voice stronger now. His patrol is over. I'm bringing him home. As I spoke those words, a profound change occurred in the air around me. The oppressive weight that had lingered in this part of the forest lifted. The chill dissipated, replaced by the simple, clean warmth of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. And for a fleeting second, I saw him. He was standing by the entrance to the cave, not as a grim specter, but as a young man in his early 20s. He was translucent, a figure made of memory and morning light. The determined, haunted look in his eyes was gone, replaced with a look of immense, profound relief. He wasn't carrying his rifle anymore. He looked at me, and he raised his hand in a slow, deliberate salute. It was a gesture of thanks, of respect, from one soldier to another. I found myself instinctively straightening up, my back rigid, and I returned the salute with a sharp nod. He held my gaze for a moment longer, and then he faded, dissolving like mist in the morning sun, leaving nothing behind but the quiet dignity of the forest. I stood there for a long time, the dog tags clutched in my hand. The silence was different now. It was no longer empty or menacing. It was peaceful. The forest had finally taken back its own. But a soldier's duty had been fulfilled. My own ghosts, the ones I'd carried with me from my own wars, felt a little further away, a little quieter. I had my own patrol to finish, but for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like I was walking it alone.